Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kiwon Lee of the National Folk Museum of Korea, today's MC. Nice to meet you all. Thank you very much for coming to the International Academic Conference despite your busy schedules. Today's conference is hosted as a hybrid event. I'd like to also thank those of you joining us on YouTube. Above all, I'd like to thank the speakers from home and abroad and panels who have prepared for so long for today's conference. Ms. Helen Charman, the Director of Learning of the Victoria and Albert Museum of the UK, will be joining us online from the UK. We wanted to explore various perspectives on evaluation, which is essential in museum programs. Today, we'll listen to the presentations of speakers on various evaluation methods and the theory and practice of actual evaluation conducted by researchers. Today, we'll listen to 8 presentations and then panel discussion. After the discussion, we'll have a Q&A session. Please take notes for your questions during the presentations and make sure that you ask them during the Q&A. Now, let's start the conference. First, I'd like to invite Jong-dae Kim, the Director of the National Folk Museum of Korea, for opening remarks. Please welcome the Director with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Jong-dae, Director of the National Folk Museum of Korea. I warmly welcome all of you engaged in museum work to the International Conference on the theme Evaluation of Museum Education Programs and Exhibitions. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the presenters and discussants from home and abroad, especially to Dr. Helen Charman, Director of the Learning Department at the Victoria Albert Museum of the UK, who will be joining us online to give her presentation. Through presentations by 8 experts from home and abroad, including Marie-Clarté O'Neill, President of ICOM CECA and Professor of Museum Studies at École du Louvre, I hope the conference will shed light on evaluation methods applied in the museums and provide knowledge and information on which methods are efficient in evaluating museum education programs. I am very grateful to all of you for your interest and participation. I hope you will all get to fully enjoy the resplendent autumn weather here at the National Folk Museum. And for those of you joining us on YouTube, please visit the museum while this beautiful weather lasts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Now, the Director has a lot of interest in efficient museum education programs and exhibition evaluation approaches. So he has a lot of expectations for the presentations. One house announcement before we start the presentations. Dr. Helen Charman, the Director of Learning at the UK Victoria and Albert Museum, and Ms. Oara, the Curator of the National Folk Museum of Korea, will switch their presentation order due to time zone difference. I'd like to ask for your understanding. Now, we'll start the first presentation. We have Dr. Marie-Clarté O'Neill, Professor at École du Louvre and President of ICOM CESA. The presentation's title is Visitor Reception of Exhibitions and Programs. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
tell me which one it is? I'm going to take my mask. I hope it's okay. We are very far away, so I don't think we risk anything. I would say first that how glad I am to be back to Korea again. It's my third visit, in fact, in Korea, each time for a conference, and each time I have been extraordinarily well, taken care of and shown around and everything. So I'm very glad to be here. And I'm very glad to be here at the National Museum of Korea of, how do you say, Folk Museum, excuse me. I'm going to make a presentation that is going to be rather slow so that everyone can understand, because we are all from different languages. My mother language is French and yours is Korean. So we are going to go slowly through basic things. What I wanted to give you was a kind of bird-eye view and something about a critical view about what we're going to work on this afternoon, which is museum evaluation, museum assessment. And I wanted to point out the benefits, the difficulties, and the fragilities of applied research. In fact, when we say research in museums, we are in a very familiar world. I have been happy enough and privileged enough to be part of the Define group, which is the group who worked for more than 2 years on the definition of museums. And to work on this definition of museums, we tried to find out what were the most important words for people in museums, the most important notions. And one of the very most important was research. So we decided to include it in the definition, of course. And it made me think about the quantity of research that was done around in museums in general. And when you look at the research that are done, mainly they are done around collections, the nature of collections, the management of collections, the conservation of collections. But in fact, when you look thoroughly, very few research is done, in fact, around visitors. And that's done, it's true for almost around the world. What is interesting is that when someone speaks about its museum, more and more people speak about visitors as being the politically important people in their, in the, how would you say, the aim of the museum, the definition of their museum. When you look at that new ICAM definition we worked upon, you see that a growing space is given to audience topics. I marked in red all the terms of this definition that relate to the social dimension of the institution. A museum is a not-for-profit, permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. Open to the public, accessible and inclusive, museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. And you see that more than half of the words of this definition relate to audiences. Excuse me, I pushed the wrong button. So there is a kind of lingering ambiguity, which when we regard the importance given to the social role of museums in the political and institutional statements, and no director of museum is going to say that the public and audience is unimportant in the museum. In the contrary, and in general, they get money from the state and everything because they say they are interested in citizens. But when you look at the real day-to-day life in most museums, in fact, what you find is a precarious status of museum educators. And we all know, probably some of you are among here, we all know that during the pandemic, the people of education, or museum education, were the first ones to be furloughed. Then, when you look at budgets, which is the real way for looking at what is really important in an institution, when you look at budgets, most of the time, the education budget is not reflecting the so-called importance and so-called priority of the part of the public or the audience. And then when you look at the politic around the exhibitions, you see that do we give really in exhibitions a central consideration to the public? Let's see some examples. In my country, very often large exhibitions present a pile of objects, much too many objects. I am an object lover, but I mean, just too many is just more than people can swallow. Then when you look at texts, very often they are difficult in content because they contain difficult words, unknown and not explained. I'm not against difficult words, but they should be explained, and very often they are not. Then you look at texts, and you know that very often in exhibition the texts are too long, and that people cannot just stand reading, and they stop doing that very quickly. Then these texts give unknown references. For example, you know, when you are a stranger in a country, what I was yesterday while visiting, you hear names of kings, and you don't know who they are, and you're not told really who they are and when they lived. And then you have written evocations of, for example, in art museum, they say this painting looks like such painting of Raphael, except that they don't give you the illustration that sticks to Raphael, so you have no way of knowing how it relates to it. And then something that I've been working on recently, and especially giving a conference at the General Conference of ICOM about it, that was how new technologies offered relate or not to the experience of a visit, which is what do you give to people before the visit? What do you give to people, I mean content-wise, during the visit and after the visit? What are the needs of the people, the expectation needs, what we call the expectation horizons? During the visit, are they pushed to observe the objects they came for? And after the visit, are they offered something? We made a research at the École du Louvre with my students that showed that most museums didn't offer anything after the visit. And then, which means that in general, there's a rather poor relation of the offer with the exhibition. Now let us question the scientific status of museum educators, museum education. Educators are not considered as scientifics, supported by a well-recognized discipline like archaeology, management, or restoration. In fact, in a museum, educators are not considered as being scientifics, you know, having a kind of discipline they can relate to as the people that are curators, for example, relate to their own discipline. In fact, it's because a scientific discipline needs adopting every kind of research, theoretical, historical, applied research, and that being leading to shared results. when you look at education, what type of theoretical approach and research can we make about education? What is published? In fact, extremely few things are published. Historical, hardly anything. I'm leading with the SICA people a large project about trying to see what is the history of education, museum education in each country of the world. And in fact, there are rather few things that are general that can be, shared. And then applied research will see that it is very difficult in applied research to share the results, and we'll see why. Now, what could be the role of applied research around visitors in the scientific recognition of museum education? In fact, we ask for recognition for our audiences in most museums, in all museums. But when we ask for that, we have very few scientific background to lean on to say, I have a demand and it's an important demand because there are results, scientific results about this and that, and you should take that into consideration. And we have very, very few background to lean on. And then we know that audience research is the only serious way to prove what impacts museum visitors, what experiences they are really offered, what they do with the museum offers. If we don't have, these are things as educators that we kind of feel with our bodies. But the thing is, we have no proof, or so very few proof, because there has been so very few research done and published and shared about that. Beyond this long-term benefit, I would say, because what I'm speaking of is a long-term benefit, building a real science around museum education is a long-term benefit. Before that, we have a kind of day-to-day use of and benefits from museum visitor research. Studying visitor reception help professionals move beyond preconceived notions, long-time habits, and unsupported beliefs. What we have in museum education is a lot of experience, and I do not deny the very great importance of experience. But experience kind of nourishes itself from experience. And so you kind of feed your preconceived notions, you feed your long-time habits, and you feed your beliefs, supported or unsupported. Making research, making reception research would enable educators and exhibition designers to overcome the barriers generated by habit, even when enriched by creativity. Creativity is a very important notion in museums in general. It is an important notion for people who build exhibitions, and it's a very important notion for education people who try to do new things, and appealing things, and everything. But sometimes creativity kind of shadows completely the facts, and especially the scientific facts. Sometimes you have to push aside your creativity and look at what do we know exactly about one thing. The other thing is museums are closed worlds, and we know that very well. These worlds are run by professionals who have made them into distinct spaces. And that's why we love museums. And it's why also our public, our audience loved museum. They love museum because it's something else than what you find outside. And there are spaces with their own culture and their own modes of communication. So they are very special places. But inside these very special places, what do we know about the actual experience of visitors? And only applied research on the reception of the museum offers by visitors can facilitate the accurate measuring of behavior, intellectual functioning, opinions, acquisitions of those who come from the outside world. You see that I point out difficult things like behavior, like intellectual functioning. What do we know? It's something that, for me, it's absolutely thrilling, is the intellectual functioning. What do we know about the intellectual functioning of our visitors while they experience this thing that is coming to a museum, in that very closed and special world that we have described? What do we know of that if we don't do experimental research? And what do we know then about the acquisitions they really do if we don't know how they function in their heads? Now that means that we have to quit assessing a world of personal conviction to go towards a world of evidence. Scientific evidence may support educators in convincing exhibition teams to organize things not only by intuition, but by practices proven to best support the people they are supposed to serve. Because in fact, educators have to convince the people that make the exhibitions. And they also are driven by intuition more than anything else. And they are driven by practices that they also have by habits or, you know, even creativity and things like that. So we have two worlds, a world of educators, a world of exhibition designers, and none of them really have a scientific background to build on, to try and serve in a more, solid way the people that we want so deeply to serve. Because it's not a question of intention. People that make exhibition have the intention to share and communicate. People that make education programs have the intention to. It's not a question of intention, it's a question of mean. But you see that I'm very convinced about the importance of making applied research on visitors. But we do have difficulties, and we have to look at them in a precise way, not to be surprised when they arrive. The road is not easy, and it requires awareness. That's what we try to do today, and preparation. The first obstacle you generally have as an educator, if you want to push the people who work in the museum to make some research around how visitors react, the first obstacle to overcome is often convincing your institution and colleagues. In fact, it's because general knowledge about applied research on museum visitors and possible outcomes, this general knowledge is still very weak. It is very weak. I've done training of students, I've done training of future curators, and in all these environments, I have observed that if they didn't get training from me, they just didn't get training at all. And it was especially true for curators. And in fact, it's possibly for this reason that it stems the belief that the research practice around visitors is not reliable. What I hear very often is, but you know, all visitors react differently. You're telling me that the visitors in general react like that, but in fact, each of them is reacting differently. Or they say that the research is not representative. You see, you work with very small samples. What does it mean? I mean, it doesn't lead to any solid conclusion. And sometimes they even say, you know, your research is dangerous. It's dangerous because it's going to standardize the offering. You're going to say, this is the good solution, and we'll have no choice of going elsewhere. So you see, the first difficult point is trying to convince the environment of the use. Why is it useful to do that type of research? Then there's another issue in museum, which is who is doing the research. Because as I told you, a lot of people in the museum world, and especially a lot of educators, are not trained to do research. And the best, in fact, applied research that you can have is the research that's oriented by educational professionals around their own questions, because research that is solidly rooted in their everyday practice. When the researchers around visitors started, they were generally done by people from universities that were researching things that were of interest for them, and it's normal. I mean, everyone works for its own chapel in a way. And the result was that nobody in the museum saw really the use they could do, they could take from these research. And then little by little, people from education started to get interested themselves in research and try to push research in the good direction. But the problem is that very few of these staff members have benefited from solid training in audience research. And so, because of that, reception research is often entrusted to university laboratories or students, which is not a problem if the people in education in museums have enough notions to be able to say, I'm interested by this and that. These are the type of results that I would like to have if it's possible. And I think the best tools to get to these results would be this and that, which is a kind of first level of, acquaintance to audience research, and something that's enough to orientate the research that's done by someone else, even a firm, from outside, to try and reach what you are interested in. One of the very important thing that all educators should, be aware of is that when you do a research, you have to know precisely what you are looking for. That seems very, silly to say that, but I know that for, working a lot around this type of research with students, advanced students, and professionals, it's the difficult time. People say, I'm interested by. Okay, you are interested by, but it doesn't mean what are you exactly looking for. So because of that, the research questions that are made by education people are often too large. I'm interested by immersion in my exhibition. Okay, but immersion is an enormous concept. It's a very large, very wide concept. It's too vague, like enjoyment. When we've worked on the museum definition I gave to you, there is the term enjoyment in it. And when I worked around this definition on the translation in French we have no equivalent of enjoyment. We have several words, So it means that inside enjoyment, you have several aspects, several dimensions. So if you work around enjoyment, you have to decide which aspect you are going to work on. Sometimes the questions are too tricky, like learning, which seems very obvious, and I'm going to give you some more about that a little further on. In fact, what you have to do first when you decide to lead a research is a preliminary exploration. I'm very surprised in the world in general by the fact that a lot of educators begin a program, start thinking about a program, thinking as if they were the first ones to be interested in this or to have that sort of idea. It's the process of invention. And they very seldom explore how similar issues have been treated elsewhere. And it's the same in research. In research, people kind of dive inside research in something that is interesting to them, and they don't enough try to explore what has been done elsewhere. There is one reason for that, which is that it's a type of information that is very often difficult to access. First, because some countries in the world still have few publication facilities for audience research. It's the case in France, for example. They only, there are very few audience research that's really published so that you can access it. Then the topic of assessing the reception of an exhibition, for example, can be scattered in numerous diverse academic or professional environments, in education, in museology, in psychology, in sociology, in collection discipline. And so in a way, you don't know where to look. You have to be, it is true that internet helps, but sometimes it's just a question of wording that makes you escape one thing that could help you. Then, and it's probably the most important question, museums that conduct assessments tend not to publicize their results. In fact, they use it as a kind of inside tool. They don't use it as something that you share, probably because they feel it's theirs. It's their results that are positive or negative, and they don't want to share it with others. But very often you find that in what I call the gray literature. There's something you find in the, in the office of someone at the back, of an office in the museum, but it's not published. Then you have to carefully look for what are the foundational concepts of your research. When you do research, you must identify precise and valid concepts to be worked with. I told you have to know first what you're looking for, and then behind that you have to precise what are the concepts that have to be worked upon. And you have to choose a definition for these concepts. The ones of you, the ones of us who have done a PhD, know it's one of the things on which the professors insist, try to precise your concept and find, decide which definition you're going to choose. And it's not only an academic rule, it's also related to the need to avoid insufficiently defined notions. If you want to do a scientific work, you cannot do it if you are not adjusted in a very precise direction and word. For example, if you work on interactivity, you have to identify the type of interactivity you are interested in. Are you interested in physical interactivity, sensorial interactivity, intellectual interactivity, emotional interactivity? So you see, it's a difficult choice to do, but you have to do it because otherwise you don't know what you're looking for. Because then it will help you find the tools that you are going to use to track the presence of interactivity and its relative importance, depending on what you offer to visitors. Assessing learning results, for example, I was telling you that I was going to tell you more about learning. Assessing learning results in an exhibition cannot, for example, tell you clearly if the exhibition created new knowledge within a visitor or if the knowledge was already pre-existent in the visitor's mind and was simply reactivated by the visit. It's one of the things that, thrills the educators, is to know whether the people that came to the exhibition learned something. It is something that's almost impossible to know, just because you don't know what was in the head of people before they came, except if you ask them. And sometimes it's by visiting the exhibition that things, come back to their minds, and they didn't know they knew it before, but they knew it before. Then once you have, settled your the direction of your research, the words you are going to work with, the concepts you are going to work with, you have to choose the research tools. And of course, they must serve your needs, but each tool has its own flaws and drawbacks. Observation, for example, which is a nice thing to do especially in an exhibition, observation will give you evidence of attitudes and visit routes, but will seldom tell you the reasons behind the behavior. Someone who stays very long in front of a panel, for example, is he reading very precisely the panel, or is he thinking about the next vacation he's going to have? And nobody can tell, it's just you observe, but you don't know what is behind that. Then if you use closed questionnaires, they are the ones that are easy to evaluate, but they will only answer the questions you had before beginning your research. And they will neglect the new lines of inquiry that could arise during the data collection. Very often when you do a data collection with closed questionnaires, you say, damn it, I didn't ask that. That would have been really interesting. And if you are in a closed questionnaire, you can't, you can skip that. Open questionnaires will need fine analysis tools to evaluate the data in detailed and nuanced ways. The contrary of closed questionnaires is open questionnaires. But then, as I said, closed questionnaires are easy to treat, but are kind of meager in result. Open questionnaires are more interesting because you get a lot of information, but then you need to construct fine analysis tools to, just extract the things that could interest you in nuanced way. When you try to gather opinions, opinions can result in reluctance, political correctness, and self-consciousness from the respondents. I'll take the very well-known example of satisfaction. When you ask to someone, were you satisfied by your experience? It's so much easier to say, yes, I was satisfied, than no, I wasn't. Because if you say, no, I wasn't, you have to say why. And this is extremely difficult for a visitor, It's a general feeling for him, but explaining to you precisely, as you are a kind, a professional of the field, and I'm only a poor visitor, and I say I'm not content with what I was offered, that is extremely difficult. And because of that, when you have plain satisfactory things, generally the result is 90% of people are satisfied, which isn't true. I mean, when you do something that's more subtle, when you go around that question of satisfaction, we had a large survey in France about should museum be free or not, which is a way to say, would you be satisfied if the museums were free? To avoid that, they went around, and in fact, they found out extremely different and subtle differences in the answers. So in general, simple tools will give partial results, and more complex tools will require complex analysis processes. So it depends on what you are looking for to choose one or the other. For all of these reasons, it's often useful to mobilize several approaches to achieve a more representative result. Now, we get to the crucial stage, which is interpreting your data. Because you must not confuse results and interpretation of results. What is interpretation? It is when you reconcile your results with other results. Whether these results come from your data or from another research. Only through this reconciliation can you gain meaning for your findings. For example, if you are working on imagination, is what you found within the range of the average psychological functioning of museum visitors, and if not, how? When you say people did much of that, what does much mean, you know? When you say people came, 30% of these people, is 30% important? So you see there is a difference between gathering data that gives you information and then giving meaning to these data to know, you know, how you can use them better. Now, fragilities. The type of research we are conducting is qualitative in nature. Exploring small numbers of visitors to try and shine light on processes still largely unexplored. It's especially true now because we are starting to do this, you know, evaluation of visitors. So we have very few, you know, knowledge around us, and so we try to catch bits of reality and try to give meaning to that, but we do not have, it's very impressionist. Like an unfinished impressionist painting, you know, where you would have just some strokes and nothing in between. And we know that in qualitative research, only a small sample can be treated. So we are trying to make space for these findings to emerge without yet knowing the relative importance of precise significance of our own discoveries. You see, I started by saying what is important is convince others. But you see how difficult it is to convince others if yourself you have only a kind of bits and pieces of evidence to share. So we are in a very exciting but probably tricky moment. Then another fragility, and it's probably what is more thrilling to me, is the fact that what we try to understand most of the time are mental processes. And mental processes that are at play during a cultural experience are extremely complex. Think about what is an exhibition. An exhibition is an extremely, and you know that, complex communication medium. Because you have so many things to tell your story, you know, a route and objects and lights and texts and videos and a number of things. And all that is supposed to build a meaning inside people's heads. And then in front of that, you have a visitor that is such a complex story in itself. So what you try to understand when you try to assess visitors, you know, the visitors' behavior is the fact that you try to put two very complex things in front of each other and see how they connect. And you see how complex that can become. Even though the results can be thrilling and strongly support our effectiveness, working on visitor reception is in itself a fragile issue. As we have seen, reception of such a multimodal environment may be approached only in slow motion, qualitatively, and with small samples. In conclusion, I would say that the main obstacle to overcome at the moment is the reluctance of the museum community to go beyond the stage of initial intellectual interest. Oh, yes, it would be great if you could, you know, find us a little more about that, to the stage of implementation of the results brought to light by research. In general, the research we do are under the elbow of somewhere inside an office, and we don't see very much the results inside the exhibition. There is a fundamental reluctance to apply the results obtained. The tradition of free creativity in the museum world is difficult to overcome. Making an exhibition is like making a painting. There is something of a creativity, and it's very difficult to overcome that with precise result. And then there is the fear of standardized recommendations. What I mean is the people that make exhibition are afraid of having, preconizations that tell them you should do this, you should do that, so that, and they're afraid that then all the exhibition would look the same in a way. Belief in professional instinct. I'm a professional, I've been a professional for a long time. I have a strong instinct, and that is what leading me. The desire not to spoil culture with commercial processes. That's the first, I remember when I first started training people around assessment, they said, it's something that is used for commerce. No, it shouldn't be used for museums. All these obstacles are at play in audience research. And as soon as you go beyond the type of research that the museums love, that who comes, how much, and why. This type of research, you'll never have any problems to put that in your museum. The rest is another story. But these difficulties already overcome in certain national or institutional environments, and in certain Anglo-Saxon environments, and especially very large museums, they are overcome for some part of it. But this should not prevent us, all of us, all museum professionals around the world, from coming from small, middle-sized or large museum, for proceeding in this virtuous direction, conscious as we are of the importance of firmly and quickly integrating this as a professional habit in our institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, interaction between the audience and the museum projects are essential in the presentation. Aptly summarized the fact that the applied research has various benefits for qualitative improvement of museum education programs, and fragilities in terms of the reluctance in implementing the results of the research. And I believe preliminary exploration will be critical for successful applied research. Let's move on.
교육부장님께서
The next presentation will be delivered by the Chair of Education at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, by Heidi Holder. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. She will be giving a presentation entitled Evaluating Museum Education Programs That Solve Social Problems, a case study on reducing social isolation.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Is the mic working? No? Now? Terrific. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. As you said, thank you, and it's an honor to be here from New York City and to be able to talk about some of the programs at the Met. I wanted to just start by giving a sense of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. My name is Heidi Holder, and I am the Frederick P. and Sandra P. Rose Chair of Education at the Met. What does that mean? To give you a sense of the scope, this is one of the largest departments at the museum, and my role is called Chair of Education, meaning in charge of education programs across the institution, with many, many colleagues that I work with. There are 17 curatorial departments, many scientific departments and conservation departments. So the Met is a thriving place where there's about almost 2,000 people working there. So we are very much involved and we work very closely together. What I'm gonna talk to you today is not so much a small part, but a sort of a movement and an interest in one of the many, many things that the Met does. So in my department, we look at K-12 programs. We do programs with scholars and fellows. We've got lots of public programs. We've got family programs, audiences from 0 to older adults. So today I'm going to talk about a program that has to do with older adults, and to give you a feel for the fact that there are many, many different directions that the Met is going in. And some of the big areas for education at the Met are interdisciplinary education, where we look at art as a point of entry to other disciplines, whether that be language arts or science. The Met is what I would call a STEAM institution: science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, because we have scientists on staff. So in many ways, how can we bring all the parts of our personality together? We're very much interested in the Met in wellness, in community engagement, who are our new audiences, different ways that we can engage people using our permanent collection of almost, I think, 1.5 million objects at this institution. So what do you do with all of that stuff? So the program I wanted to talk to you about today, the name of my presentation is Evaluating Museum Education Programs That Solve Social Problems. And I wanted to give you a bit of a background. Now, this is a case study on a type of program. Today we're going to introduce the concept of your Met Art Box. We're going to talk about the program theory about this program, the program model, the methods, some initial results, and the limitations of the study, and talk about what's next, and talk about some conclusions. Now, what is this about? So I'm sure you all imagine that day was for the Met and people in the museum world in America. It was around March of 2020 when we all closed our doors. And then your boss said, good, engage the audience. And you were like, how am I going to do that, right? So a big part of what we were thinking a lot about was what can we do to engage audiences? So lots of different audiences. Many people went online. We had Zoom programs now. We had programs on Teams. We had programs that were touchless. Am I okay? Full screen. Okay. Thank you. Is that better? Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what we wanted to do was find a way to engage with audiences, not necessarily those who had internet connections. So Your Met Art Box is a program. The museum's closed, and we were trying to find a way to, as we all thought, how do we get the museum to the visitors who can no longer come to visit? They're in their homes, they're all locked up, they can't come. What do we do? So the thing was, how can we figure out a way to take the museum in a box to someone else? So I ended up partnering through a board member who sits on what's called City Meals, which is a program. It's called City Meals on Wheels, which is the largest food delivery program for homebound adults in the United States, in New York City. So they give about 18,000 meals per month for people who are an average age of 82. So they are homebound. They do not leave or they cannot leave, either through frailty or an inability to leave the home. So they cannot come to the museum, and they could not have come to the museum even before the pandemic, many of them. So this program has something called the Friendly Visiting Program, where someone would come, in addition to your meal drop-off, they would come to your home and have a conversation with you. Maybe they take you just outside your stoop. Maybe they read a letter with you. Maybe they read a book with you. Maybe they have tea with you or coffee. Now, during the pandemic, friendly visiting became friendly phone calls because we can no longer go to your home. So what do we do? So there's very heart-rending stories of people saying, my friendly visiting volunteer, I can go outside of your home and you can be inside, and we can look at each other through the window and we can both have coffee. And that's where we can have coffee together. So it was really a situation of people being very lonely in their homes. Now, of course, we assumed that there were complaints of increased social isolation. Many of the seniors were complaining to their visitors, friendly visiting volunteers, about being more lonely. Now, City Meals on Wheels partnered with us, and we said we would like to send a small box, which is this Exhibit A, you can come and see it afterwards, to people who are homebound. And the goal of this is to send this box to the volunteer in their home and to the City Meals recipient, and they will have a conversation over the phone about art. And we got together with our staff and we trained these friendly visiting volunteers. How do you talk about art? Now, of course, I believe art is a point of entry. I begin to speak about, say, a Monet painting, but I would may be talking about nature or a family vacation that you once had. So how do you begin with an object and move into something else. Now, we had 1,000 seniors and volunteers opt into this program, said, yes, I want to be part of this. It was a monthly themed delivery, so every month there was a different theme for this box, and we were looking at how can we evaluate this program. So I come from education, and my interest in evaluation comes from the social sciences, this idea of program theory driven evaluation and evaluation process. So very much thinking about that. What can we do? So the main goals of the program were, when we wrote this out, encourage art-based intergenerational dialogue, very clear, reduce social isolation among homebound older adults, and introduce new audiences to the Met's permanent collection. That's very important too, because as you think, to talk about Marie's presentation before, this idea of how can you encourage rigor in what you do? Before you do it, be very clear about what your goals are, because you will go back to those goals as you evaluate and think about how can I operationalize those goals into something that I can measure, that I can see, right? So these were the program goals. And this is an example of what's inside a typical Met Art box. So this is the box for May of 2021. This program was started in April 2021, and I had just started the museum in October 2021. So it was really, and of course the audiences are not coming in the door. The Met had closed for the first time in its history, so you had to sort of do something fairly quickly. And it was an idea that I brought with me from the Queen's Museum, my previous institution. So it's a typical box there where you've got, so the theme for the May 2021 box was tea. So this box is meant to be, again, interdisciplinary and multi-sensory. So not only did we have a letter that introduces, hello, welcome from the Met, this is what this box is about. We wanted something to be, now everything is accessible. It's large print for people who are partially sighted or of low vision, right? All the postcards are large size, so you can see them. There is actual tea in this box, and it tells you how to make tea. So we got Jasmine Dragon tea from a nice company in Chinatown in New York City, who was the sponsor for this. And we have objects that are related to tea. So you can see sort of a Japanese tea carrier, a cassette painting, some porcelain, and in the back of each card is information about questions that the volunteer will be asking the person, and they begin to start to talk about tea. There's an activity that helps you, because many people have various forms of dementia in this group. So you're looking at smelling tea, feeling it. So it's really all the senses here, right? And of course, the most famous thing was the tea. So, and I can tell you, we just launched it again. It's going to start in November, and the first thing we're going to do is hot chocolate. And I can talk more about that in a moment. So the box also has a little booklet, a bonus booklet about artwork. That's if you want to know more. So the goal is no homework. We love homework as educators. They need to read, they need to get it. It should be something, you should be able to pick up this box and start anywhere. You shouldn't have to, if you feel if I didn't do my homework, I wouldn't be able to do this. That was really important. So that booklet is a bonus booklet. If you never touch it, everything is fine too. Okay? So the program theory, this idea of looking at a way of why, the program theory is, why do you think this is going to work? Why do you think that if you did this box business and sent it to these people's homes, it would make a difference? Because we go back to our goals. So we're looking at reducing social isolation. So we're going to operationalize that as a very clear definition that comes from social science. And it's a clinical definition. Social isolation is the absence of social interactions, contacts, and relationships with family and friends or neighbors. It was an assumed existing condition of this program because of known complaints. So we didn't check to see if people were social isolated. We were told, they self-identified to their volunteers and to the leadership, we want to interact with people. So then we operationalized social support, social isolation as a lack of social support. That's how we thought about it as a research endeavor. So we operationalized that as a lack of social support. So we define social support, this is this definition, as resources provided by other people. Such resources include emotional, social, physical, financial, and other types of care from individuals and institutions. So we qualify as an institution, but we are not the people who are working with them directly. They have a proxy, which is their volunteer who they already have a relationship with. Now, I just wanted to just say this, because you think of social support and social isolation, but there is also loneliness, which this is not what we're looking at. So loneliness in this case, which is the subjective feeling of being isolated. and refers to a person's self-perceived lack of social support. They are related, but it's not what we're measuring here. So that's important to know. Okay? So the program theory for the Your Met Art Box says that in order to reduce social isolation, the intervention has to increase social support. So then we looked at the literature. So this is where your literature review comes in. So I didn't want to make this very thick and heavy paper, but what does social support, does that mean when you're increasing social support? So it means that, so these are the operational terms. Provide opportunities for reciprocal communication, make participants feel valued or that they matter, connect participants with others, and provide opportunities to contribute and engage with ideas. So these conversations are meant to do this. Provide opportunities for reciprocal conversation. Someone talks to me and I get to talk back to them. Make people feel, I feel like I'm valued by this person. I matter to this person. And connect them with others and provide opportunities to contribute and engage with ideas. Looking at the literature across various types of interactions around the world, these are sort of like the big takeaways for what does that mean to increase social support, a perceived sense of social support. This is like my little drawing here. So socially isolated older adults, average age of 82. And we're saying that the Your Met Art Box interaction, I think I have a nice little, the Your Met Art Box interaction here is aiming to have reciprocal conversation so that the whole program, the box with that conversation, because it has to be administered by the volunteer, feeling valued or mattering, connecting with others and contributing or engaging with ideas. And the idea is that the outcome would be reduced social isolation. Okay, so very clear research question. So there were a couple of things. Now this program is done in constant communication with the people who run City Meals. So we have 1,000 people across New York City, and we are always in conversation because there are a couple of things that's important to know. This population within the American Psychological Association as a research population is considered to be vulnerable. They are older adults. So I could not have direct access with them except, and there's a way to do this, which is very long and arduous. You would have to partner with an institution and get what's called, I don't know what's called in Korea, it's called the Institutional Review Board. Have you guys ever had one of those? They're not fun, right? Particularly for older adults, for children, for prisoners, anyone who is considered to be vulnerable. So City Meals already has a relationship and is already, how to say, vetted to interact with those people. So we are a proxy. So they don't see us. As far as people are concerned, they said, I am getting a gift from the Met. That's what people are saying. So we asked for them. So the research question, did program participants experience a change in social support during the course of this program? Again, what social support? We go back to these ideas. Did they have reciprocal communication, feel valued or that they mattered, connected with others, or contribute or engage with ideas? And of course, we said, what's the most questions that we can ask these older adults? Now, we're not asking them. The volunteers are going to call them on the phone and do this survey. So, you know, there are many steps between us and the survey. And we were like, they said the most questions you can have is 10. And I squeezed it an 11th, which is, do you want to opt into this program again? So I was able to do that. And of those 10 questions, it includes a first name. And do you remember even doing this program? Now, the survey, again, was administered by City Meals staff over the phone. Now, important thing about this is, that I want to share, is this idea of being inclusive. Often we think of inclusion or being equitable. We think about including others who were not included before. Or we think of, we will give everyone the same thing, so everyone have the same experience. In this case, this is inclusive because it is analog. In a time when we have increased many of our digital offerings. You just need a telephone for this, not even a cell phone, a landline. You don't need a computer, you don't need anything. And everything you have, you get to keep it. So there's lots of things on fridges and stuff all over. And this kit, which I didn't say before, includes a pass to the museum. So if you were able to come or to give it as a gift to someone else, because sometimes seniors have nothing to give. So you can give this as a gift. And also the questions were designed to measure all 4 parts of the intervention mechanism. Now it's important to know that I am in an education department, and much of what you talked about before, a big thing in education departments, sometimes you want to do new types of research, but the staff does not have the experience or the skill. So you know what you do? You give it to them. You invite people to the museum to talk. During the lunchtime, you have what's called lunch and learn. So that's a very common practice in my department. You bring in an expert and someone to begin to train your staff slowly about methods of doing things. Because I said I wanted to have interdisciplinary work. It means that people will come to the museum who mostly study art. We have our departments and they have a particular background. So how do you get them ready? As you hire new people, you hire people who come from science education. So you begin to diversify as you have these goals within your team. So you're always looking for all the different parts, because I don't believe I can ask you for bread if I never told you how to bake it. So I need to tell you how to bake the bread. Then I can ask you, where's my bread? Because I know I sent you to the best cooking classes. You met the key baker. You've seen the British baking show. You've got all the tools you need. So now I want the bread. So we are in the process of looking at what the staff knows. So don't ask things of people that they cannot do. Museum educators come with a particular training. The pandemic doesn't mean that they've changed. These are our colleagues. That's who we are. We come from art backgrounds. We care about hands-on, in-gallery experiences. Now we're asking people to be digital. Now we're asking people to be social scientists, to do research, to do these things. So it's important that you bring people in and you go out as a team and observe other programs, listen to other people, and actually have actual learnings and teaching, or send people to take courses. You know what I mean? So that's the method. Now, initial results. As the time when I sent this to you, we had only had 61 people respond, because this is also about our process. So that more people have responded since then, but I'm going to give you the results as of. So this is just raw data, results, no interpretation. Because in this case, this program, this is only one way of assessing this program. You need a multi-pronged approach. And the thing about it, this has a lot to do with meaning, right? So in order to figure out what meaning maps people created from these programs, you have to ask them. So this is only the beginning. So initially, we found, so we had questions about, so say about 61 responses, 36% remember having had conversations about something else other than art during these conversations. 26 had conversations about art. 44% either agreed or strongly agreed that this program was enjoyable. 26% found that they were undecided. And 44% had 1 to 5 conversations about art. So with the same box, they would have had more than 1 to 5 conversations about art or something else. So this is just raw. Almost 50% agreed that they felt valued or they feel like they mattered by their volunteered. Some were undecided. 44% either agreed or strongly agreed that their volunteer understands them as a person. So these are some of the measures. And some were undecided. And then analysis, full analysis will occur after the data collection is completed. Now, lots of limitations of the study. So these are some of the things that we learned. The mode of administering the surveys. So there's like, someone has to call on the phone and ask a question. So on average, the surveys took 37 minutes to complete 10 questions. Can you guess why? Conversation. People have to sort of they're having conversations. So on average, if something is taking about 37 minutes to complete, so that's a lot of time. So the volunteers and the coordinators have to call these people and ask these questions. Participant attrition. So unfortunately, the average age is 82 years old. Some people between the time, so the pandemic years, we think for 2.5 years is a long time for older people and very much younger people. So in the education department, we think people who were in maybe middle school are now in high school. They don't know anything. They don't know what we're talking about. They've never heard of a teen program. They weren't around. We didn't have them because they were all canceled. So it's like, my God, a person who's 82 may have gone into hospice care between the time that we started this program and the time that we ended it. And also, that information will be closed to us, so we will not know. So they may call someone and that person, they also may have passed away. So these are all realities. So we have to think about these things. And then also participant cognition, which is some respondents, we know they know they received them because we've got their mailing address. We don't have them, City Mails does, so they know it was received. But the person has no recollection. Or they do not connect the box to this program. So there are lots of areas where, because just the nature of the population that we're working with. What's next? The data is going to be used to improve the program outcomes and social support. We're going to do a friendly visiting volunteer survey, excuse me. It had to happen almost at the end. focus groups with City Meal staff, responsive from inception, and we will resume this program. So all along the way, we have been taking feedback, not waiting for full evaluation. We've been asking questions. Some people who receive this, what do you think? So this box took about 4 tries to make the box. The first box was so hard to open. We didn't know. We was like, oh my God, it's going to be the best box in the entire world. And then they were like, the seniors could not open the boxes. So we were, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seniors could not open the boxes. In fact, the director got a box. So he gets a box every time there's a new box, because this is one of his favorite programs. And Max was like, I can't open the box. So it's, you know, so you learn. So you go back to the designers and you try another box again. So we did it a couple of times. And then, no, so you learn along the way. What doesn't work, what does work. Food is very exciting to find in a box. You know what I mean? So we've got the tea, so that everyone is talking about the thing with the tea. And also there were lots of other beautiful things that happened too. We got letters. So at the end of our letter, we say, write us if you wish. But, you know, even as educator, you say, write to me, but maybe you don't expect it. We got lots of letters. I got a letter from a woman she wrote a letter to us because her 92-year-old grandmother is writing haiku, because we taught people how to write haiku. She's like, my grandmother's 92 and she's writing haiku every day. So they sent some to us. So lots of things like that, or people who we sent. So what we also did was send art material. So everything leads, so the first box had watercolor pencils and a sketch pad. So for the next month, we can refer back to those things. So people in the end will have art materials in their homes. They will have paper, they will have objects to use, images of objects to use as inspiration. They would have learned to write letters. They would have learned to write haiku, write other types of poetry. So it's like building up a sort of artistic practice also. Now, this would also not be, I would be remiss if I didn't say a big part of this is my team, so the thing is this a new program? Yes and no. The information that we're using is already published on the website, nothing new. So curators already wrote about these objects. So basically, these are wall labels for existing objects. This is work that you would do in the galleries already. So these are objects and questions about objects that had already occurred. So what we've done is taken material that we've used for one in-person audience and put it on the back of a postcard for another audience. I'm just thinking about practical things as educators. You know, new program, oh my God. We have to hire a contract educator, we have to write new content, we have to do the material that you have. Who has not seen it? It's a question to ask yourself. Who has not seen your information? Is it in Korean? Perhaps is there a Spanish-speaking group who can use it? You know what I mean? So our next steps are to translate this into Spanish for particular groups and into common Chinese in New York City for enclaves, which may shift some of how we ask questions, may shift the type of material that we put into the boxes. So it's a question of just trying to be practical, because it was the middle of the pandemic. My team was doing almost entirely virtual programs. Again, virtual programs take twice as long to plan. You've got to get all this stuff all the cameras have to be set up, the whole production team has to be around just to do a workshop. So how can we use material that we already have in an innovative and a new way? And it was really quite interesting. So we wonder what would happen, and we are constantly interested in being responsive and reflexive, meeting with people, asking, paying attention. Sometimes we cannot pivot from one month to the next, but the next month we will change it. Just as the first Fort Knox box happened, we were like, that box is too hard to open, what can we do? And you can have a chance to try some of these boxes. And friendly visitors still remain friendly phone calls, and we hope that when they come back in person, that this will be even more enhanced. Now, what's this about? This idea of exhibition spaces, museums, and research is not just happening within the education department. I have the honor of working at the Met as a person who's interested in interpretation. So in many ways, I'm the sort of person leading interpretation research at the Met, meaning what are we doing in the galleries? And we do talk about these things. So last week we had some focus groups where we have a particular exhibition and we literally had visitors talk with us, different sets of focus groups. We recruited people from the galleries and asked them about meaning, which is very eye-opening to our curators. And it talked about the words that are very difficult to understand, words that may seem simple, but they are not. You know, they're loaded and they're heavy. So there's lots going on. Now, the whole point about this case study, I wanted to talk about as we, as educators, think of the museum as having a social use, we become interested in what we call improving human welfare. And that changes the way we evaluate our programs, the way we think about them. Yes, the pandemic worsened existing social health and community problems, particularly in New York City, things like food insecurity, poor mental health, right? And the idea was, how can museums become civic institutions? And I put a question mark there because ICOMS did not yet have its definitions completed by the time I sent this paper in. But the thing is, if we are to be civic institution and we wanted to be responsive institutions who are responding to our communities, how do we then evaluate our programs? I think it's really important that we expand into other areas of other disciplines that may be better at this than we are. You know what I mean? And in many ways, education scholarship is a mix of many things. It's not any one thing. That's why it's meant to be versatile and flexible, right? So pandemic worsened these things, and we are saying that we would want to be civic. We want to have a place in our society, in our institutions. As you said in the definition, it's a permanent institution, right? You know what I mean? That is in part of the social milieu. What is that big building down the corner? This is the National Folk Art Museum, thinking about the history and Korean customs and what has been happening in the past and bringing that to the future for the next generation. So if we wanted to be civic and yet be responsive, how does that change museum education? And my conclusion statements with this kind of program, that there has been a shift in the types of programs that museums create. So I call it a convergence. This idea of, so there's a convergence between the informal art and culture-based learning experiences, which is our bread and butter. We went to school for those things. And then between solving social health and community problems, because that's what it is. To think of social isolation, that's a community problem. To think of, I don't know, during the pandemic in New York City, for instance, some museums became food kitchens. I was at the Queens Museum. We became a food kitchen. And you could come there for meals, and you could take produce away from the museum. And so as these things converge, shift in museum education programs, there should also be a convergence of evaluation methodology, where we think of other disciplines, whether that's been education, social sciences, the clinical sciences, medicine, where is our research coming from? And this goes back to the program goals, how we operationalize these goals, and the ways in which we are planning to measure what we do. And there you have it. Thank you so much.
멋진 발표를 해주신 홀더 교육부장님께 다시 한번 감사의 인사 말씀드립니다.
A big thank you to Heidi Holder for that impressive presentation. The Met is implementing social engagement programs aimed at reducing social isolation. It's partnering with the nonprofit City Meals on Wheels that delivers food to those in need to deliver selected pictures of the museum's permanent collection to City Meals clients in the form of Your Met Art Box. It was quite impressive that the Met is evaluating this program based on program theory-driven evaluation science. It's quite important for museums to have in place a scientific evaluation system to evaluate their programs.
서울교육대학교
Now let us move on to the third presentation by Professor Lee Soo-young of the Seoul National University of Education on evaluation of museum education. How can it be changed? Good afternoon. My name is Lee Soo-young. Nice to meet you all. Now, the title of my presentation is Evaluation of Museum Education. I am now teaching educational technology at Seoul National University of Education. It's about how to develop, design, and evaluate education programs. So the presentation is based on the perspective of a program evaluator. So it's an outsider's perspective on museum education programs. So this is the overview of my presentation. So I will start with education program evaluation in general in the 4 levels evaluation model of Kirkpatrick, which is widely used in its application to museum education programs. And last but not least, suggestions for improvement. So there are 3 different expressions: evaluation, educational evaluation, educational program evaluation. They look similar but different. First of all, what's evaluation? Measuring the value and quality, relevance, quantity, and degree of something and making a judgment on value. So it's not just about measuring, but making a judgment on value. Then what is educational evaluation? So in general, educational evaluation is conducted in schools about how much of the educational goals have been achieved. Now, educational program evaluation includes educational evaluation, and in addition, it includes an activity that systematically collects and provides information related to the purpose and value of a program developed for education. It seems there is some confusion in the terms between educational evaluation and educational program evaluation in particular, and I believe educational program evaluation is the more correct term we need to use. Now let's move on to the definition of museum by ICOM. In only reading the red part of the definition, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. This means that museums are institutions for education in an informal way. So, the visitors of museums are experiencing informal education, and museums are developing more systematic education programs for the visitors. And looking at the results of these programs is also part of the educational program evaluation. So today I'm going to talk about all forms of informal learning taking place in museums, not just participation in museum education programs, but also just visiting the museum for exhibition. So it involves various elements. So examining how well the various museum education programs provided by the museum have achieved the education program's goals, and the effectiveness, performance, and impact of these educational programs. You need to collect information and make value judgments for decision making, whether it is worth continuing the educational program or whether it is necessary to develop a new educational program. Now, there are different models of evaluation, and I will choose the 4 levels evaluation model of Kirkpatrick. And the time frame of the evaluations also vary from short-term to long-term. and these spectrum of different evaluations can be all covered by the 4 levels evaluation models of Kirkpatrick. Now, the 4 levels evaluation model include reaction evaluation, which means whether the participants of the educational program were satisfied with the program. And the next level is learning evaluation. In other words, what and how much they learned. The third level is a behavior evaluation. So after learning something, you understand something, and if you are equipped with some new skills and attitudes, as a result, there will be change in the behavior or performance. And level 4 is result evaluation. In other words, ultimately, whether these behavioral changes had a positive impact on the organization to which the individual learner belongs. So the 4 levels are depicted here as a pyramid to show you that it is a process. And as you may well know, the result evaluation is on the top of the pyramid. It's difficult to conduct, and it is the most in-depth evaluation, consuming the most time and energy. Now, this model and the 4 levels of this model all have to be conducted, at least theoretically, to faithfully evaluate an education program. Of course, in practice, it's often difficult to go through all 4 levels, but I am saying this because, at least theoretically, we need to look at whether museum education programs are being evaluated with all these 4 levels. First, reaction evaluation. Let's look at the details. This is what's often conducted in museums. So you want to see whether the visitors are satisfied with the educational program, including the theme, content, method, instructor, facility, and schedule. So it often takes the form of survey on a Likert scale from 1 to 5. Now, the reaction evaluation is a method that is frequently used and participants can answer quickly and easily. So usually the survey questionnaires are distributed at the end of an educational program or online. And this kind of survey is being used not just in museums but in other educational institutions. Because of convenience and the fact that little pressure is applied to learners, this is actually the most popular way of evaluation. However, reaction evaluation is insufficient to look at the subjective and in-depth responses of visitors. Therefore, additional efforts should be made to encourage more descriptive responses to really look at individual experiences. But as you may well know from your experiences, participants rarely answer open questions. Therefore, you need to make additional efforts to, get more descriptive responses. For example, by providing incentives. and sometimes you need to also integrate interviews to have more in-depth analysis. Next level is learning evaluation. So you want to look at the knowledge, skills, and attitudes and their changes after participating in the program.
네, 엄밀하게 이 학습평가를 하기 위해서는 프로그램 참여 전에 혹은 박물관을 방문하기 전에는 어떠했는지에 대한
Now, actually, to be strict,
태도에 대한
you need to establish a control group to identify the baseline and compare the control group with the experiment group whom you measured the change in their knowledge, skills, and attitudes. However, it's practically very difficult to conduct such a comparison for participants after their visit to museums. But you can think of some alternative forms of learning evaluation. And for more structured educational programs in museums, the learning evaluations are actually being conducted. A few years ago, I looked at the I was in charge of the educational program evaluation of the Children's Museum of the National Folk Museum of Korea. And the example here is about elementary school students looking for the meaning of their life based on their understanding of the important life events of the Joseon dynasty. So the educational program had a relatively clear goals. And the evaluation content was clearly defined. First of all, the level of understanding of the knowledge based on multiple choice quiz. Second, expression by the participants in the form of a book that describes the meaning of their life. Third, the ability to explore the exhibition based on the instructor's observation of the learners' behavior during their visit. So this is an example of a highly structured educational program that is very similar to what is being used in schools. So we could also apply the same evaluation method. However, not all educational programs in museums are structured like this. Therefore, it's often difficult to conduct learning evaluation. Another drawback is that although there are few exceptions, many educational programs are one-off. Therefore, there is a limitation in that objectively observable and measurable changes in knowledge, attitude, and function are difficult to occur in a short time, usually after 1 or 2 hours. And practically, it's also very difficult for the instructor to actually instruct the participants and conduct evaluation. So you need another person assigned for evaluation. So for non-structured educational programs, where the visitors are allowed to have free experience of the exhibition, it's very difficult to conduct learning evaluation. In particular, it can be tricky to ask Koreans directly about what they learned from an exhibition because of the high levels of test anxiety and stress. So more often, the questions are more indirect. For example, have you learned anything new after your experience? I understand the limitations and the circumstances in Korea, but you need to sometimes adopt a more systematic learning evaluation method in relation to the next levels of evaluation about behavior and result. There is another reason that the learning evaluation in museums cannot be the same with those in schools. That's because of the difference in nature of learning itself. In schools, you have structured education with behavioral learning defined with observable change in knowledge, attitude, and function. However, in museums, learning is not just about knowledge, attitude, and function, but also about the experience itself of participating, communicating, and enjoying art and culture through exhibition as members of the community. And this aspect cannot be sufficiently measured with conventional learning evaluation criteria. That is why we call learning in museums informal learning. And we, in this kind of informal learning, do have benefits, including perception, knowledge, and understanding of a particular phenomenon, increased engagement and interest in a specific theme or activity, and long-term change in attitude on a specific phenomenon, theme, or activity. Now, because this is long-term, there are limitations in measuring just the change at the point of visiting the exhibition or the museum. Now, this kind of informal learning is a non-linear process through diverse channels taking place in diverse space and time. This is a highly individualized experience. Therefore, it's difficult to measure with conventional learning evaluation tools. That is why the learning evaluation of an informal learning like this should be considered together with the long-term behavioral change and the ultimate result regarding social engagement, which are to be measured in the next levels. Of course, this is adding more difficulties to evaluation of education programs in museums. Now, third level of evaluation is behavior evaluation. Here you want to look at whether there are changes in the learner's behavior or performance as a result of the participation in educational programs. Of course, like I said earlier, this is a long-term process that cannot be measured by a test in schools. Narrative research will be a better approach. Now, narrative research is about analyzing the meaning of a person. In other words, looking at the meaning of a particular experience in the person's life. In this case, the event will be visiting or participating in the educational programs of a museum. And it will include why they decided to visit the museum at this point of time and what they experienced in the museum. And after the visit, how did the exhibition or the visit to the museum lead to diverse experiences? So again, this should be a long-term research process that takes a lot of money and time, and that's why you can't do this for a huge sample of visitors. Therefore, it can be sometimes difficult to be generalized. So when you are using narrative research, you need to also adopt a more quantitative research tool. Moving on to result evaluation. So the visitors will reorganize the meaning of their visit to the museum in their life in the long term. And here you want to look at whether the results of the program have contributed to the organization to which the program participants belong. Now, the word result is very simple, can be too simple maybe to capture this meaning. So you want to see the contribution to the organization. It could be a business, or more broadly, the society, community, and the humankind. So earlier in the definition of museum, the experiences of the visitors and their impact on the community were included. So the visitors will go to a number of different museums over the course of their life, and the experiences accumulated would have some impact on the community and the humankind. And you want to look at this in a result evaluation. Again, you cannot directly link just a 1-hour visit to a museum to an impact on the community. The evaluation tool has to look at the broad experiences of a person's life. Now, the impact or influence of a museum can be categorized into 4: public, private, individual, and institutional. And I believe our evaluation also can be conducted for the 4 different categories based on measurement indicators and criteria. So I have applied the 4 levels modeled to the evaluation of museum education programs, and let me now share with you some ideas to improve museum education program evaluation. First of all, seeking diversity in evaluation. Second, interpretation, integration, and feedback of evaluation results. Third, linking evaluations between museums and between museums and other institutions. And fourth, application of new technology. So let's look at these 4 ideas more into detail. So often, evaluation is the end of a process, and we want to link the evaluation results to the process afterwards. Second, for example, Korea has a single-year fiscal system, so the planning, implementation, and interpretation of the evaluation all take place within a year. And it's very difficult to link the evaluation result to the education program of the next year. Actually, this is a common problem, not just for museums, for other educational institutions. So we need a longer term perspective to allow museums to conduct interpretation, integration, and feedback of the evaluation results over a longer time frame. Third, you need to look at the behavior and result that would reflect diverse learning experiences of a person, not just the one visit to the museum you want to evaluate. Now, there are 4 schools of future scenarios suggested by the OECD, and one of them is a future where schools play only a partial role in education together with diverse communities, institutions, and centers. And one of these new other institutions is museums. Now, the grade 5 history textbook will be linked to the experience in a museum. And this linking or integration will have to be evaluated. And you also need a linking between museums. I mentioned earlier the need for developing evaluation tools, indicators, and criteria, and it's difficult for each and every museum to do this alone. So museums have to share partial indicators or criteria, and in that process, museums can add their specialized expertise to the commonalities with other museums. Fourth, technology. I take a lot of interest in technologies because I am majoring and teaching educational technology. Now, these days, many learning activities are taking place online. Therefore, the evaluation is more often than ever taking place online as well. So the survey, questionnaires, interviews, and observations can be used together with AI, learning analytics, and other emerging technologies. And this can be tried in museum education. So there are technologies already in place, such as eye tracking and facial expression data analytics that have become more accessible and available compared to the past. So it'll be a good idea to use these technologies. So in closing, now museum educational program evaluation is one type of educational program evaluation. And what matters the most here is the goal of the educational program. So you always need to think about what you want to evaluate and why, so that the evaluation will lead to meaningful results and interpretation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Professor Lee. So that was a great presentation on the meaning of and tools for museum educational program evaluation. So listening to the presentations, the more I think that it's very difficult to have a good museum education program evaluation. And it was a good time to have a better understanding of the 4 levels evaluation model. And I've also learned that the evaluation will be most effective if it's conducted in the long term. Let's move on.
자께서
The next presentation will be given by curator Oh Aran in the exhibition department of the National Folk Museum of Korea. And she will be giving a presentation entitled A Study on Improving Methods for the Evaluation of Permanent Exhibitions, focusing on the case of the National Folk Museum of Korea. Hello, my name is Oh Aran from the Department of Exhibition at this museum. I would like to talk about the characteristics of the surveys we've done on the permanent exhibition. And so I would like to first of all talk about the characteristics of the permanent exhibitions and the need for evaluation. And I will be doing a comparative analysis of the status and the visitor satisfaction survey in 2021 and the satisfaction survey on the permanent exhibit and the outdoor exhibition of this museum. And I would now then propose ways to improve the visitor satisfaction survey for permanent exhibition evaluation. As you know, these are some of the characteristics of the permanent exhibition of the Folk Museum of Korea. First of all, the permanent exhibition represents the identity of the museum. And the major exhibit is selected taking into account the name of the museum, the identity of the museum, the symbol, what the museum symbolizes, and so on. And the permanent exhibition is the primary medium of communication for the museum, because the visitors to the museum, the first thing they will see would be the permanent exhibition of the museum as soon as they step into the museum. So through the permanent exhibition, visitors are able to understand the mission and major artifact or exhibit of the museum, and it builds the impression and the image of the museum, which has an influence on the intention or willingness of visitors to revisit the museum. However, evaluation of these permanent exhibitions seem to be much weaker than the evaluation conducted for special exhibitions. So I thought about the reasons why this is so. For special exhibitions or one-off exhibitions, evaluation is quite important, and the results of the evaluation and the feedback that is provided will be reflected in planning the next exhibition. Whereas for permanent exhibition, it is quite difficult to reflect quickly or respond quickly to feedback from the satisfaction surveys or other evaluation methods. But still, evaluation is very important and much needed for permanent exhibitions as well. First of all, for visitors, we need to get visitors to understand and communicate the mission and role of the museum. And for the museum staff and the museum itself, we need to have the grounds for planning and setting the direction for our permanent exhibitions. And the most important part of permanent exhibition evaluation would be to enhance visitor satisfaction. And so that would be the ultimate goal, to increase visitor satisfaction with the museum experience, since a large part of the museum experience consists of these permanent exhibitions. And permanent exhibition evaluation is conducted mainly through the customer survey, satisfaction survey. For in the case of museums, that would be the visitor satisfaction survey. It is mandatory for public institutions like the museum to conduct at least once a year customer satisfaction surveys. And these surveys are conducted as part of the system for evaluating the museum. And in this visitor satisfaction survey, questions on the permanent exhibition have always been included. And so I'd like to talk about the visitor satisfaction survey. As I said, it is conducted every year, and the objective is to assess the response of the visitors so that that can be reflected in our plans to improve the exhibition. There have been no changes at all in the past few years on the objective or target or content of these visitor satisfaction surveys. Because we conduct these surveys based on the standard template provided by the Public Service Customer Satisfaction Index, or PCSI. And so we use the PCSI standard to evaluate services provided by the museum, such as exhibitions and education programs. And we use questionnaires and we conduct observatory surveys. And this is a quantitative analysis. And so these are the questions in various categories: the quality factor and the satisfaction factor, the performance factor, and so on. And the method of measurement would be the 7-point Likert scale. So we have the satisfaction factor, but these are all questions that are asked after the fact, that is, after the visitor has viewed the exhibition. As for the observation survey, we get people to observe the visitors' behavior as they view the exhibits, and take note of the things like how much time they spend on reading the panel or looking at the exhibits and so on. And so this is entitled the Visitor Satisfaction Survey, but we are actually measuring or observing the behavior of the visitors. So it's a passive viewing of the exhibit. So it's not an evaluation of the exhibition itself, but the behavior of the visitors. But we are slowly shifting away from that. But it is not reflected fully in the questions contained in the survey. So we need to improve or adjust the questions so that we can actually measure or understand the actual response of the visitors to the exhibitions, so that it can be utilized for improving the quality of the exhibition. So for example, like the second question in the satisfaction section on whether the visitor was satisfied with the quality of the exhibition, that is a very important question. So rather than just simply measuring this satisfaction with the 7-point Likert scale, we should dive deeper so that we can actually understand what exactly about the exhibition that the visitor was satisfied with. So we need additional questions, or maybe an exit interview as they leave, as some of the visitors leave the exhibition. And another example is the visitor satisfaction survey of the relics from the royalty. So I think doing a questionnaire, giving the visitors a questionnaire, asking them to rank the artifacts in the order that they liked would be a useful tool. And so I think these are some of the ways we can improve the reliability of the visitor satisfaction survey. And moving on to another kind of survey, this is the satisfaction survey of the permanent exhibition and the outdoor exhibition. So we had finished building the gallery exhibition hall number 3 and 4, and so we were starting to think about plans and setting the direction for the exhibitions, the permanent exhibitions in the permanent exhibition gallery 3 and 4. So that's what prompted us to do this kind of a satisfaction survey with various groups. So the difference between this survey and the visitor satisfaction survey that I was just talking about is that we based this survey on not the administrative aspect of the museum, but on the discipline of museum studies itself. The theories of communication and education in the museums and so on. So in that regard, we interviewed volunteers, museum experts, folklore experts, and the curatorial staff of the museum. So compared to the visitor satisfaction survey where we observed and interviewed just the visitors, this was much more diversified in terms of the target of the survey, because we conducted focus group interviews with experts even. So with the experts, we conducted focus group interviews. And we asked these experts whether the theme and composition of the exhibitions were appropriate and were matched the goal, the mission and objective of the museum. And when we interviewed the curatorial staff, we asked about their perception of the permanent exhibition in general and what they thought about the theme and direction of the permanent exhibition and the spatial design of the exhibition, graphics and media, and so on. And the similar questions were asked to the volunteers working in the museum as well. We asked about what they thought about the identity, if they knew the identity and mission of the museum, whether the mission was well expressed in the permanent exhibition, and so on. And the premise was that the mission of the museum was defined based on the opinion that was collected from the curatorial staff and the outside experts and so on. So that's why we asked this question. But unfortunately, regarding the mission and objective of the museum and the permanent exhibition, it was quite difficult to find good answers from the survey respondents. So the opinions were very, very different about what they thought was the mission and objective of the museum. So this is a challenge that we will have to address in the future. So I've just talked about the two surveys that were conducted last year at the museum. They were both satisfaction surveys. It's just that the targets were different. In the first satisfaction survey, we were trying to identify the purpose of visitors in visiting the museum, how satisfied they were with the exhibitions, and so on. So we tried to identify the purpose or intent of the visitors. The method for these surveys, the two surveys, were a bit different. In the second survey, we believe that the survey did reflect our intent, or did get some answers to the question of whether the main message of the permanent exhibition was delivered to the visitors and to the survey respondents. And I think in the future, as we move forward, I believe that these two case studies will contribute to setting the direction for actually planning exhibitions in the future to enhance the quality. So when it comes to recommendation of what we should be doing to improve the visitor satisfaction surveys in the future, we will need to upgrade the satisfaction surveys for the future. So these are some of the proposed improvements that I'd like to make through this presentation. I've summarized it in this table here. First of all, when it comes to the targets for this survey, we should diversify this from the visitors to not only the visitors, but to experts, to volunteers, and the internal curatorial staff. So the identity of the museum, what the social responsibility and role of the museum. In defining all that, I think the results of this survey could be quite useful. As for the volunteers, they are like the go-between. They're not exactly visitors, and they're not exactly staff of the museum, but they are like in between. And so I think they would be a good target for the survey to get the response that we need to improve our permanent exhibitions. The unified message that we want to deliver to visitors through the exhibitions, that is something we need to identify, and I think a useful target that we can survey to get that kind of information would be the internal curatorial staff. So we need to diversify the target of the satisfaction survey. And I think that the survey methods can also be diversified, not just to move beyond just questionnaire and the observation survey, but to focus group interviews, advisory interviews, and so on. And the content of the evaluation should also be improved. Rather than just focusing on the service quality of the exhibition, I think we can diversify to get the respondents to evaluate the exhibitions and to provide advice and proposals, and to get them to evaluate the visitors' response and also the outcome of the exhibition. When it comes to open-ended questions, unfortunately, Koreans are very reluctant to answer open-ended questions. So rather than asking more open-ended questions, maybe we can add in more questions or conduct a more focused interview. So rather than just measuring the time spent on each exhibit, we can also check through the observation survey what commentaries they spend the most time on, what exhibits they spend the most time on, and what they just pass by. So I think more focused questions on the identity of the museum, what the respondents think is the identity of the museum, could be asked through the survey. And through these two kinds of satisfaction surveys, I think we can better improve the way we evaluate the museum's permanent exhibition. I hope that this will be helpful in establishing a systematic evaluation of the permanent exhibitions of the museums. I'd like to end with a quote from Michael Belcher. Museums today should make the same effort they expend in studying their collections to studying their audiences. If museums don't understand the motivation and desires of their actual and potential audiences, they cannot respond effectively to the social changes that influence their growth. I hope that we will be able to diversify the methods for evaluating museum programs in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Owaran. Ms. Owaran is in charge of many exhibitions at the museum, and she has given a presentation on how we can analyze these programs, evaluate these programs as well. She gave a presentation on the comparative analytical framework for evaluating the museum's permanent exhibitions by doing a comparative analysis of the assessments made by 3 different groups: museum staff, volunteers, and visitors. And she emphasized that since permanent exhibitions are iconic exhibitions showcasing the identity of the museum, we need strategic evaluation systems with detailed plans, implementation processes, outcomes in order to enhance visitor satisfaction. Thanks to the cooperation of the speakers and keeping to their time restrictions, we are right on time, so we will take a 15-minute break before we move on to the 5th
휴식 잘 취하셨습니까? 다음은 영국 빅토리아 앤 알버트 박물관의 헬렌 차먼 교육부장님께서 역량 측정하기 V&A 교육 사례에 대해서 발표하십니다.
Now we'll move on to Ms. Dr. Helen Charman, Director of Learning at the Victoria and Albert Museum of the UK, for her presentation. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I hope your conference is going very well so far, and I'm delighted to join you today. So I'm going to start by giving an overview of the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. I'm then going to talk about 3 case studies of our evaluation methodology, which is called our Learning Impact Framework. And then I'm going to talk about 2 exhibition case studies and then do a very short recap at the end on our methodology and what we have learned from our particular approach. To give some context, the Victoria and Albert Museum in London was founded in 1857. It's a national museum, which means we are supported, well, 1/3 of our financial support comes through our government, and then we raise the rest of our funds through exhibition tickets, through catering, through retail, and through sponsorship. So evaluation is really important to make sure that our exhibitions are delivering the best experience and value and are driving footfall, because exhibitions are a critical part of our business model. We are the world's leading museum of art and design. We have a permanent collection of over 2.3 million objects, and we span 5,000 years of human creativity. We are also in the process now of expansion across London into 2 more sites, Young V&A, which will open in East London next year, and I'm the director of Young V&A. And this is a museum designed with children, for children from birth to age 14. And then V&A East, which will be a museum and our collection storehouse in the former Olympic Park. Our mission at the V&A is to champion design and creativity in all its forms for everyone. We have a lot of emphasis on audience development, diversifying our audiences, redefining what a museum can be at this moment in the 21st century. And co-design is a large part of our work. And again, evaluation of our education and exhibition programs is absolutely critical in helping us understand how we can best meet the needs, the interests, the aspirations of our learners. So focusing on the purpose of V&A learning, we have 3 main objectives. The collection is at the heart of our work. So we activate the world's leading collection of art, design and performance, and our dynamic creative networks. We do this to empower our learners with design-led skills. By that, I mean applied creativity in the 21st century, and inspire the next generation, because we know that creative skills are now being discussed actually as a survival skill for the 21st century by organisations such as the World Economic Forum. So we know that creativity really matters. This is just a brief overview of my division as Director of Learning. So you'll see I have 5 teams in my division. The learning programmes that work with schools, colleges, young people, families, creative industries and artistic residencies. The V&A Academy, which is our commercial paid for adult learning provision, and national programmes where we support nationally other museums across the country to make purchases into their own collections, and we run 2 major national schools programmes. Interpretation, So all of the interpretive material for our permanent displays. We have 7.5 miles of galleries at the V&A, and all of our exhibition interpretation. And then, as I've mentioned, Young V&A opening next year, the co-design museum with children. We work towards a rubric which we call designerly learning, and this is our pedagogic methodology that underpins all of our practice and models the ways designers and creatives think and work. And these are the core principles. So all of the education work that we do focuses and centres around these principles. We put the learner at the centre to ensure that our programmes are relevant and inspiring. So of course, evaluation is critical in helping us know whether we're achieving that. We are outward facing. We make sure that we connect our learning, our displays, our exhibitions as far as possible with the real world contexts. And we are constantly experimenting and doing things differently in ways that matter. And that's a design process, constantly trying to improve the way that we're working based on the data from our evaluation. So that's some context. And here now is our learning impact framework. We developed this in partnership with Lancaster University to help gather information about the impact of V&A programming. Our learning framework is an assessment framework that allows us to better prototype, implement and gather data on our existing programmes and potential ideas. We use this to inform research and development and to ensure that our programming is data-driven and more effective. As you've seen from the overview of my division, we deliver high-quality museum programming across a huge range of audiences and ages. The intensity and duration of programmes is very varied, from one-off drop-ins and tasters to week-long training or even year-long commitments through our academy courses. Our programming is delivered on-site, off-site, online, and our expertise is valued by sector peers around the world. But the scope and scale of our programming is so wide-ranging, we sometimes struggle to keep track, even within the department. Although we use standardised feedback forms, we didn't really have a way of consistently exploring the skills and knowledge acquired during sessions. We were looking now at how to set clearer learning outcomes for strands of programmes, measuring the broad attainment of skills against these outcomes. We wanted to develop a common understanding of the skills that museum learning and design thinking develop, encompassing all of our programme. We wanted to develop a framework that would enable us to be consistent across the portfolio in the use and reporting of evaluation findings. And this is what the impact framework has helped us do. So, 3 clear ways to explain our impact framework. It puts the impact of learning on our audiences at the heart of the way that we research and develop our learning programmes. The impact framework encompasses a variety of methodologies and tools, and we use these to gather and analyse the data from feedback from our audiences to inform our new and ongoing programmes. And we use it because we want to be, as you've seen in our methodology, user-centred, data-driven, and work in an iterative way so that we can develop programmes that better meet the needs of our audiences. These are the core skills that we understand through using the impact framework we've developed through our learning programmes. These skills and knowledge set are informed by the OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, paper on the Future of Education and Skills 2030. This paper has been cross-referenced with other workforce competency and educational skills frameworks, and we've brought these into our impact framework, as well as incorporating more specific design thinking skills because we need to map our learning programs back to our collection of art, design and performance. It's important to say that no single learning program delivers every single skill, but we look and aim that 3 to 5 of our core skills should underpin every offer, and relevant contextual knowledge should also be identified. So these are the 4 main areas of our skills. I'm sure you'll be very familiar with these. The cognitive and the metacognitive, critical thinking, creative thinking, learning to learn, self-regulation. And of course, self-regulation is a very important part of childhood development when you're working with younger learners. Social and emotional skills around communication, collaboration, empathy, and self-efficacy. Empathy is a huge part of what it means to be a designer and to work in a designerly way. Practical and physical skills, digital, fine motor, ludic, embodied skills, learning with the body, and then of course knowledge, the content, what we're learning and the context, why and how. So this is an overview then of the methodologies that we use for data collection. So baseline and follow-up, repeated measurements which then show the change over time, self-reflection, asking our learners to think back on what may have changed from perhaps when they started the workshop to the end or the course. Signals of change, interesting when there's one piece of data that proves a change, and then of course expert observation. So those are our core methodologies for our data collection. Underpinning all of this is a theory of change model. So theories of change, obviously you start with what the outcome and then you work back. Outcomes led and evidence-based. Identify a realistic and definite goal, work backwards from that to work out the outcomes, establish the links between what you want the outcome to be and their order. So you're working out the cause and effect, working out what you need to do to get to that outcome and anything else that's needed. So the theory of change underpins the framework. So 3 insights, snapshots really of how we use the impact framework in our learning programs. So Design Baby, this is the program for early years. You can see a photo here of a Design Baby activity in the Raphael court with the Raphael cartoons, which were the cartoons for the tapestries in the Sistine Chapel. It's a beautiful space. So we wanted to know how our methodology of designerly learning might apply to working with early years. So we used observation by a designated team member. And from this, we could see that the social aspect is really important for families when we're designing early years programs. And of course, if we're thinking about museum theory, Vygotsky is very interesting on the importance of the social experience, and other visitor studies by Folk and Durking, where they looked at motivations of visitors to museums, found the majority of visitors actually come to museums in the first instance for a social or facilitated experience. So that's a really important finding. And we are further developing that. How can we create programs for early years which really foster this sense of community and connection between families and across families. For older children, a case study here from a hands-on clay-based activity in one of our workshops. We wanted to look at how families were developing what we call their creative confidence, their creative skills. So we undertook these semi-structured informal interviews with the participants as well as the observations. And from this, we found, families want to find out more about actually the technical skills and the practicalities of drawing or working with clay. Again, this wonderful sense in the museum of the sort of awe and wonder, we might call it, when they're working with the real thing. And how can we then continue to develop programs in the future? Sharing outcomes as well is really important for working with children in particular. They want to showcase the outcomes of their creative work with other family members. And then older learners. So at the moment we have an exhibition called Africa Fashion on at the V&A, and we've been working with our older teenagers to explore questions around the role of fashion for youth participants in their own self-expression and their own identity sort of practice. We want to explore how Africa fashions on the continent speak to our youth participants in the UK, and we wanted to understand better how our young people engage with fashion digitally and online. So we were observing the online sessions, we were using Jamboards and via email and questionnaires before and during the project. And the main findings here were really about the way that young people navigate the digital landscape. The group had very limited prior knowledge of the African fashion scene. They were hopping between various elements of content online, which is obviously a typical kind of online behaviour. But mainly with this evaluation, the real insight was about how important the role of co-design is with young people. So the young people had co-designed the programme. We've actually just run a whole weekend programme with over 2,500 young people and their families at the museum, which was organised and co-designed with young people. And it just really helped to position their voices sort of more at the centre of the learning programme, and indeed informed some development of some aspects of the exhibition itself. So that was a really helpful piece of research, and we'll be doing more co-design with our learning programmes going forward. Moving on now to a couple of case studies from our exhibitions, and we use a different methodology for exhibitions. So the learning impact framework obviously is used in our learning programmes, and then the evaluation of exhibitions we often will outsource to an evaluation company, or we'll run the case studies in-house. The first case study is Alice, Curiouser and Curiouser, which was a wonderful exhibition. It ran at the museum from May to December in 2021. It was a 32-week run, because at this time the museum was only open 5 days a week. Usually we're open 7 days a week, but that was due to the pandemic, and it was a response to the pandemic. We had 167,463 visits to the exhibition, which was just a little bit below our target of 170,000. And this again was because of, which I'm sure you've also had, the capacity restrictions due to COVID. So here's a nice snapshot of the interior of the exhibition, just to give you a sense of the kind of look and feel. And another, it's very popular with families. The exhibition aimed to offer an immersive experience. It explored the origins, adaptations and reinventions of Alice in Wonderland over 158 years, and charted the book's evolution from manuscript to a global phenomenon beloved by all ages. The exhibition included over 300 objects across 6 Alice-inspired worlds, arranged thematically and finished with a through the looking glass interactive experience. The themes were illustration and photography, fashion and film, politics and society, science, art and design, music and theatre, and storytelling. Families were a major target for the exhibition, especially because at this point we don't have Young V&A, will open next year in East London. So we wanted to understand better how we can design exhibitions that create a really strong learning experience and social experience for our younger audiences. And here in this image, you can see here Zenaida Yanowski as the Red Queen in Christopher Whelan's ballet Alice in Wonderland, and that was by the Royal Ballet. So the key message, there were several key messages obviously identified in the communication strategy for the exhibition, and we wanted to explore and evaluate the extent to which our visitors really understood these messages. So overall, visitors were taken on an immersive and fantastical journey down the rabbit hole into the world of Alice in Wonderland. The key messages being here, Alice as an inspirational character, encouraging us to be more curious, adventurous, questioning. Alice as a source of creative inspiration for 150 years across all media, and Alice as a global phenomenon entering a sort of collective consciousness. So we really wanted to bring Alice's extraordinary and enchanting world to life in an ambitious, family-friendly exhibition. So the methods we used in our evaluation were an exit survey. So that was done online and face-to-face, qualitative interviews, and also a family exit survey. The exit survey, we had social distancing measures in place, so we needed to do an online post-visit survey. If respondents indicated they'd been to the Alice exhibition, they were asked to complete some extra questions about the exhibition experience. When our restrictions eased in July, we could do face-to-face surveys on site as visitors exited the exhibition. We had about 570 responses to the online survey, 206 to the face-to-face exhibition survey. So the on-site data weighted the online data to ensure the overall sample was more kind of robust and representative. For qualitative research, we did informal observations. In October, we observed how families behaved in the exhibition, tried to identify any issues they encountered, and then the results from the observations were used to design an interview guide. And then we undertook qualitative interviews with 37 family groups over our October half term. And then results from the qualitative research were used to develop a targeted family survey focusing on visitor experience for families. So whether they felt the exhibition was aimed at them, what their responses were to the exhibition design, interpretation, and the family trail. I know there's quite a lot of information on these slides. The exhibition was rated as excellent by 61% of visitors. Obviously, what you really want is 100% of visitors rating your exhibition as excellent. So we can see it was good, but we've still got a way to go. Overall, we were pleased to see with the evaluation that actually the exhibition landed very strongly with families, and the key messages were well understood. But what was interesting here, it was a small number, only 4% of the open-ended comments, but they felt that they needed more interaction for children, which is absolutely, we understand, children learn largely through doing. And when we open Young V&A in Bethnal Green next year, it's very much a doing museum. Rather than the idea of learning through looking. But there were a lot of interactive components to the Alice exhibition, and I think that's why we understand it landed very strongly with our family audiences. The next case study is the beautiful Raphael cartoons. So these are the sketches that we used for the tapestries in the Sistine Chapel. It's a very popular space actually with families. And last year, the V&A, we undertook our first update to this gallery since the 1990s, and we made a number of significant changes, which you can see in this image. We repainted the space. It used to be a sort of dull mustardy colour. We relit it, really worked very carefully with some amazing lighting designers to really showcase the cartoons. We reframed the interpretation to move the focus from religious iconography to tell the design story of the cartoons. And we commissioned very, very high resolution images, infrared reflectology of the cartoons and 3D scans of the paper surfaces. And then these are on a multimedia guide, which allows visitors to explore how the cartoons were made. So bringing it back really to the design process. And then we have tablet computers with interactive content, which help audiences explore the cartoons and tapestries, or they can go through an online code, a QR code, to do so. Just to give you another, there you are, you see the before and the after. You can see now with the new lighting and the colour of the walls, and then really enriched interpretation, it's a much stronger offer for our visitors. And actually this space is the most popular, one of the first spaces that visitors go to when they come to the V&A. So we've now been evaluating the impact of this redesign on visitor engagement and learning outcomes. So our visitor experience and our satisfaction objectives were to understand who from our visitors are going to the newly refurbished Raphael Court, what the overall satisfaction of their visit is, and then also, really importantly, measuring the uptake and responses to the new interpretation scheme, which focus much more on the sort of design process of the cartoons. So not to go into too much detail here, but just to give you a snapshot, this is when we did work with an external market research company, DJS, and we used a multi-methodological approach, not dissimilar actually to what we'd used with the Alice exhibition. So we had the online survey, mainly quantitative, much easier to analyse, as I know you will all understand, some open-ended questions, visitor observations, and then 15 qualitative, much more in-depth post-visit interviews. And so you can see here the table, how many people took part in the survey, the length of time, the date period, and the points which came out of the interviews. Here's a snapshot here of the tele-depth, the sample profile. Quota sampling was employed to ensure that depth interviews were completed with a broad cross-section of Raphael Court visitors. We set minimum targets for family visitors, members, first-time Raphael Court visitors, visitors with a professional academic interest, so we could have a good sort of coverage. And then with our observation sample profile, observations on the weekdays, weekends and holidays, and the vast majority were visiting without children. So it was quite a good counterpoint to the evaluation of the Alice exhibition, which focused much more on family visitors. And again here, just a snapshot of our findings. 73%, which was very high, actually felt that visitors had achieved the 4 key learning outcomes: understanding how the cartoons connected to tapestries, the purpose of the cartoons, the creative process. Again, this is so important in all of our work as a museum of applied creativity, the influence of the cartoons and tapestries since they were made. And then I won't go into the detail here of the interpretation analysis, but you can just see how useful, actually, how much data we then gleaned from this evaluation. You know, the quality of the gallery, the experience, 93% net positive, the use of the QR code, extending dwell time, the QR code was easy to use, it deepened engagement, improved understanding. You know, for those visitors who didn't use the QR code, either they weren't able to, or they didn't want to engage with digital content, or they didn't have confidence, we needed to, you know, we understood that we could directly offer additional interpretation in a sort of print version, and that would help drive positive outcomes. So just in my last sort of minute, just to recap, so at the V&A, all our learning programmes and exhibitions are evaluated. We developed our learning impact framework in partnership with Lancaster University to have a way of creating consistent evaluation data that was evidence-based and outcomes-led across the portfolio, a mix of qualitative and quantitative, in-house and commissioned. An evaluation informs the ongoing development of all of our programmes, and you know, we'll continue to. So that's the end of my presentation. Quite a lot to cover there. Thank you for your attention, and I will stop sharing my screen now and come out of the presentation.
I'd like to once again thank Dr. Helen Sharman for delivering such a great presentation online. Actually, back in 2009, I was being trained at VNA, and so I experienced firsthand that learning programs at VNA was very influential and inspirational. So from this presentation, we have learned that the Department of Learning at VNA has established impact measurement framework and is making efforts to meet the needs of the visitors based on user-centered and data-driven and iterative evaluation work. It was much more easier to understand with the case studies. Let's move on.
박물관
We'll now get curator of the Children's Museum Division of the National Museum of Korea, Ms. Park Yeon-hee, to give a presentation on the study of visitor behavior at the Children's Museum of the National Museum of Korea and evaluation of this study. Good afternoon. I'm Park Yeon-hee, as introduced from the National Museum of Korea. Listening to the lectures rather than presentations, I feel that they were lectures rather than presentations, and listening to the lectures that went on before mine, I was able to reaffirm the necessity and the importance of evaluating our exhibitions and programs. So I'd like to focus today on the programs, the evaluation programs for evaluating the exhibitions in the Children's Museum at my museum. And this is the outline of my presentation. I will be talking about the need for evaluation, the results of the evaluation so far, and how we can analyze these results, and the value and possibility or potential of evaluation programs in the future. So why do we need to evaluate or study visitors? This is taken for granted that museums should, of course, study and research visitors and their behavior, right? But as the previous speakers have all mentioned, I highlighted in red what was revised in ICOM's definition of museums. A museum is a not-for-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage, open to the public, accessible, and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities. So everything is done by people. You need a human touch to breathe life into the cultural heritage that we call the museum. So how do these people behave? How do they respond to the museum? That is the essence of museums that we have to study. So this is the basic thing that we need to do as museum staff. And I'm sure that you are very familiar with children's museums in Korea, but I'd like to once again define or describe children's museums. Children's museums are hands-on exhibitions and education programs for children and their families to learn through play and exploration in a designed environment. And the biggest characteristic of these visitors to children's museums is that there is a high possibility that they will visit the museum again, and there's a huge potential in terms of revisits and also exportability or dissemination of the museum outcome, and also scalability of the programs. And as we all agree, the positive museum experience that they have at a young age will help build lasting and meaningful relationships with museums in the future as they grow up. So the experience that children have in children's museums is very important and have lasting, lifelong effects. The children's museum that I'll be talking about will be focusing on the children's museum attached to the National Museum of Korea. There are about 40 children's museums all over Korea. But the ones that I will be talking about today are attachments or annexes to existing museums, local or regional museums. So the theme would be similar to the mother museum or the main museum that the children's museum is attached to, but the programs will be adjusted to fit children visitors, young visitors, and their families, and it will be suited to local themes in the region that the local museum is the children's museum is located in. Like for example, in Puyo, you will be talking about the heritage of the Puyo dynasty and so on. And so this for the children's museum at the National Museum of Korea, it was built and opened in 2005. So it's 18 years old. It has an area of 1,150 square meters, and the accumulated number of visitors from January to September of this year is 131,000 visitors. So it's a huge drop from the pre-COVID age, when the annual number of visitors was over 400,000. And the average age of the young visitors to the Children's Museum is getting younger. So about 32% are 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds. 27% are 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds. So if you look at the sub-themes of in the sections 1, 2, and 3, the wording is more philosophical than you would expect. Rather than just talking about, giving a one-sided explanation of what history is, we take a more philosophical approach and explain how history was made, how it will change, and how you can influence history and make history. And in order to make this a hands-on experience, we offer lots of tools and ingredients for the children to actually touch and build things. I'm not showing you videos here because I want to pique your curiosity so that you will actually visit the Children's Museum for yourselves. And so we have conducted research and studies on the behavior of visitors every year, and so the surveys and the studies that I will be talking about today will be the surveys that we did in 2021 and this year, 2022. So last year we surveyed the National Museum of Korea and also the Children's Museum in Gyeongju and in Gwangju. And in 2022, we looked at, of course, the National Museum of Korea, but also the new children's museums built in Naju and Jeju. And you can see that the focus or the subject of the focus and the content of the survey changed a bit. So we did prior research by reading up on relevant literature, and then we conducted a preliminary research to establish the outline for the research, and then we went into the actual study or research itself through observation of the visitors, interviews with the visitors, and surveying conducting a survey for the visitors. And these were the 3 different sections in which we asked questions and observed the behavior of the visitors, the method of hands-on experience, the content of the experience, and the subject or target of the experience. We asked, for example, about what they found difficult to handle for the children. And also we asked the question to the guardians of the children, the parents, what they found personally difficult or enjoyable. And we also focused on changes in perception before and after COVID. And these are some of the questions of the survey. So questions, those who were not able to participate in the interviews, they were asked to respond to the survey. And so they responded to questions about what they found difficult, what they found enjoyable, how much they understood the experience, the mechanism of the exhibition, and so on. And we also had a special focus on whether the parents found the exhibitions to be helpful in developing various skills in the children. So these are some pictures that we took of our observation process, our in-depth interviews and surveys. Rather than going out to collect these people, or approaching these people while they were at the museum, we called up potential visitors and asked if they would be willing to respond to our research or study. And so if they agreed, then we would set up an appointment for them to come to the museum, and we would take videos and pictures of them responding to the survey or the research. So they would view the exhibit and have hands-on experience at the exhibition, and we would observe them at play. And then we would also have in-depth interviews, and we would take videos, film videos, to observe how they learned about history through the exhibitions and so on. So I'd like to now look at how we proceeded with the research in greater detail. First of all, we looked at how they behaved, how the young visitors behaved in the children's museum. And we noticed that the exhibition experience, visitors behaved in a way where there were various types of play involved. And the results show that the museums surveyed last year focused more on constructive play and functional play compared to symbolic play and games with rules. And so what changed this year was we focused more on the medium, the exhibition media as the main criteria. So we categorized the media used in the exhibition into analog media, digital media, and so on. And we observed and analyzed the response of the visitors to these media. And then we focused on any changes or improvements in problem-solving skills, motor development, language skills, space composition skills, hand-eye coordination, and so on through the exhibition. And so if you compare the survey results of last year and this year, last year we focused more on types of play, and this year we focused more on changes or realization of educational values through play, rather than the play per se. And secondly, we also focused on what they experienced, what the visitors experienced, that is the content. Last year, we focused on the response and the demands regarding history. So for children under 8 years old, the Children's Museum focused on exposure, their first time exposure to history. And for those above 10 years old, we focused on learning history, and we analyzed that this was more effective. Natural exposure through play to history was more appropriate for younger children, and learning experience would be more appropriate for older children. So we needed to categorize or diversify the ways of learning. But despite that, there would be families with young children as well as older children who will come as a family to the museum. So we had to focus on collaboration among family members who come to the museum as a family. So that's another effective mode of learning that we had to apply or implement into our exhibition. The two children's museums in Jeju and Naju that we surveyed this year were newly founded museums. So we really focused on the planning intention and compared that to the actual response of the visitors. So for example, in Jeju, we asked the visitors how their thoughts had changed about the Jeju's local culture. So if you compare the survey last year to the survey this year, when it comes to history, which is a common theme or universal theme in Children's Museum, we are planning to actually analyze the intention of the museum versus the actual response of the visitors, to see if the intention of the exhibition or the purpose of the exhibition was actually realized. So these are the whole range of values that the Children's Museum, each of the Children's Museums were trying to attain. All these historical themes. So we focused on whether these values or themes were actually well displayed and well delivered to the visitors. Whereas for Naju, the themes that were on exhibition, that were exhibited in Naju, were very much age focused, and so we wanted to evaluate whether the ages were set, the target ages were set appropriately and effectively. And third, we looked at who the actual visitors were and what kind of visitors or what kind of behavior that the visitors were prone to, like whether they were self-directed responses or non-self-directed, whether they were passive or inquisitive or active or just observing, and so on. And one difference or one improvement that we made in this year's survey is that we are focusing on the interaction between children and their parents. Because we observed from the research that we did last year that a lot of meaning is generated through interaction between the young visitor and their parents. So we have expanded the scope of the research to observe the parent-child interaction and categorizing these interactions into language or non-linguistic, non-verbal, or verbal interactions, and so on. And so overall, we are focusing on what kind of positive changes can be derived from the visitors and how we can look at these responses and measure these responses against the actual intention or purpose of the exhibitions. And we are also focusing on the interaction between parent and child rather than just focusing on the child. And I believe that we can utilize the results of these research in many different ways. We just took for granted that a continued surveys year after year would be useful, but actually focusing on the timeliness of the survey and the research and making it more fit for purpose for every museum would be a much better way to go. So a more well-planned survey would yield useful results for the future. And we were convinced that in the process, the focus should be on the behavior of the visitors. But of course, there would be misinterpretation of the research results. Like, for example, if the visitors spent very little time on a certain exhibit, then it could be because it was not interesting or because it was too difficult for the children to understand. So we need qualitative analysis on top of quantitative analysis as well, in order to reduce any misinterpretation of the research results. And of course, we always try to improve the surveys that we do year on year. But we really focused on reflecting the lessons learned in the previous research and apply that to the current research. And we also use the results of satisfaction surveys and the study on the behavior of visitors, and also advice and recommendation that we got from expert groups. And we used all that to enrich the diversity, cultural diversity of historical experiences that visitors have at the museum. I'm reaching the conclusion of my presentation. I believe that the value and potential of these of the surveys that we are conducting lies in this quote, is very well explained in this quote. The most successful museums are museums that provide diverse experiences. That meet the needs of the visitors. And so in the future, what we need to do is to have timely studies on visitor behavior and evaluation that have well-defined and clear goals, like the one presented that I presented. And such studies should be conducted consistently. And also we need to create very clearly defined indexes. So we need to compose a common and very detailed, dense rubric that encompasses the distinct characteristics and diversity of children's museums in the future. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Ms. Park Yeon-hee introduced us to the exhibition Evaluation in Children's Museums based on the results of the study of visitor behavior and satisfaction survey conducted recently at children's museums in Korea. She talked about the direction that the museums should be aiming for based on the results of analysis of exhibitions, the target audiences, content and method, and stressed the changes that we can expect in the future.
부장님께서
We're moving on to the next presentation by Ms. Melissa Viswani, Assistant Director for Education at the ACM in Singapore on the evaluating museum education programs at ACM.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Melissa from the Asian Civilizations in Singapore. And today I'm going to share with you the evaluation and its impact on one of our signature programs, Museum-Based Learning, Asian Adventures at ACM. Before I start, I would really like to thank the National Folk Museum of Korea for inviting the ACM to participate in this conference and for all the hospitality and organization. And I'm also very honored to listen and learn from all the esteemed speakers today. So really happy to be here. So for my presentation, I would share with you a little bit about what the ACM is, because there might be some of you who haven't been to Singapore and not familiar with the museum. And I will also talk about what we do in terms of learning programs, and also what my team does specifically before going straight to the Museum-Based Learning or MBL program. So ACM is one of the national museums in Singapore, and we come under the umbrella of the National Heritage Board. So ACM is Singapore's National Museum of Asian Antiquities and Decorative Art. And as the only museum in Asia with a pan-Asian scope, ACM is devoted to explore the rich artistic heritage of Asia through the masterpieces and special exhibitions. And the ACM also focuses on the many historical connections between cultures and civilizations in Asia and between Asia and the world. So we have 3 levels of galleries at the museum. The first floor focuses on trade and connections. So we have our Tang Shipwreck Gallery, and we also have the Maritime Trade Galleries, Singapore Archaeology Gallery, as well as the Court and Company Gallery. And each of these galleries actually focus on the various cross-cultural aspects of trade objects. And if you go up to the second level, you will see the Faith and Belief galleries. And on this level, we have artifacts that focus on Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, Taoism, and our Scholars Gallery focusing on Confucianism, and Islamic Art Gallery on Islamic art from different regions in Southeast Asia as well as different parts of Asia. And of course, our Ancestors and Rituals Gallery that focus on different communities in Southeast Asia as well as the Malay world. So we have recently revamped, well, a few years ago before the pandemic, our 3rd floor galleries that focus on material and design. Over here, you'll find our Chinese Ceramics Gallery, Jewelry, as well as Fashion Gallery. So I hope that all of y'all will have a chance to visit someday. Also, some of you may have heard about the Peranakan Museum. It is also run by the team, managed by the team of the ACM. And basically, it's being revamped right now, and it will be open by March next year. So hope to see you all when it opens. So as I mentioned, we are run by the National Heritage Board in Singapore, which also runs the National Museum of Singapore and the 3 heritage institutions, which will be Sun Yat-sen Memorial Hall, the Indian Heritage Center, as well as the Malay Heritage Center. So this just gives you a sense of some of the museum, ACM, as well as some of the other museums we have. So for learning at ACM, what we aim to do is to increase the awareness and appreciation of this, Singapore's connection with the world through our programs as well as key partnerships. So the Ministry of Education in Singapore is a key partner for our program, and this is something that I'm really going to highlight with my presentation today. And we also work with various schools and institutions, which are also very important to us as they really enrich the programming, and also that makes us very relevant to these institutions. So we use, when we are planning our resources and programs, we think about visual thinking strategies and inquiry-based approaches to engage the students and teachers meaningfully. And if you look at the table at the bottom, from preschool all the way to tertiary, as well as educators, we have different approaches that we use when engaging with the different levels. So as for the team, that's me, and I lead this team with 3 other members. So, and we're talking about 2 museums. And we do education programs, as mentioned, so engaging different schools, students, through tours and workshops, and we have special collaboration. The team also works on accessibility programs. So we have programs for persons with dementia, with visual impairments, and so on. So we have done various programs and resources linked for the special groups. And we work on interpretive resources as well that are linked to our permanent galleries and special exhibition. Okay, so these are just some visuals to highlight, to illustrate what I was referring to. So you'll see tertiary partnerships, and Up Close with ACM is actually a program that we have done for persons with visual impairments that now we have actually expanded to include programs for the public. And basically we have 3D printed objects of our artifacts on display. And through our guides, our docents who are specially trained for this, we have trained them to guide persons with visual impairment to kind of feel the artifacts and explore some of these artifacts together. We also do teacher training. That's part of what we do as well in the team, and interpretive resources. So what you would see there, I think it's a little small, but Batik Kita was a special exhibition that just ended a few weeks ago. And what you see over there, that room is actually our interpretive space that we have developed to engage family groups, younger visitors, basically anybody, but with a more hands-on approach. And that's a visual of our trail booklet that we did. So just very quickly, some of the programs that we do for students, coming back to educational programs, we have storytelling tours, different hands-on workshops. Our student museum guiding workshop is quite popular. We have it in Mandarin as well as English. And we do resources that are linked to our permanent galleries and teachers' guides as well. Okay. So back to museum-based learning, which is the main case study for this presentation. So I've chosen to focus on this program because we have used feedback and evaluation from the start of this program to what it is since it was executed in 2020. So this was done in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, MOE, and with the Character and Citizenship Education and Humanities branch. So we worked together to develop this program, and the objective is to instill a deeper appreciation of Singapore's history and cultural diversity, and to build a sense of belonging and pride in the younger generation. So it's aligned with the social studies and character and citizenship syllabuses, and we want to prepare the students to be citizens of tomorrow, to learn more about the cultures around them in the neighboring countries as well. So the idea is to use inquiry-based approach and to actually have the authentic learning experience by coming to the museum. So this program is part of the cohort learning program for all 180 schools in Singapore. All right, and it's a long-term program, so I'm talking about an 8-year kind of a run of this program. So although it's linked to the school syllabus and, we need to hit all these objectives, but we still want to make it fun. We still want the visit to be enjoyable and memorable. So, what did we do to kind of hopefully successfully have that experience for students? Okay, so but before I go to that, maybe just a little bit about how we came about to plan this MBL. A little bit of the chronology. We had this hope of using teachers as our guides. So in 2012, we started training teachers to guide students in the galleries. So we felt, at that time, that, okay, the teachers would know the students best. And, if they were to guide their students in our galleries, it would be a very good experience for the students. So that was what we felt. So we started to train small batches of teachers, and then we started the program. And of course, we were not able to train all the teachers. And you're talking about teachers who teach social studies in the primary schools, so elementary level. So when we started the program, there were lots of teachers who were not trained, who had to bring the students. So we provided them with all sorts of resources like the script. They didn't even have to, if they didn't attend the training, you didn't even have to kind of go and learn up about the artifact. We provided the material. We had a booklet for the students and everything provided. But what we found was that because teachers are very busy, they need to teach in the classroom. So getting them to teach in the museum as well was actually not, it wasn't okay, I don't want to say a good idea, but it was quite pressurizing for some of them. So there were some teachers who were more willing to take that extra step to learn up and also come and do a site recce at the museum and so on. But a lot of teachers said that they needed support from the museum. So this was actually realized through the feedback and observation that we did when we launched the program, the first version of the program. So we also did feedback and we spoke to students, and the students said, oh, they like the storytelling, they like to look at the artifacts, but they felt that, sometimes it's kind of very boring. The teacher is just kind of telling them to kind of go around on their own, and there wasn't much of a structure. So we found that for each school, it was a different experience. So we came together and we thought, okay, what can we do to change this? What can we, how can we kind of enhance the experience for students who are coming in, and not just have it as another lesson, but in a different space, but to actually have a more exciting sort of experience in the museum to make them want to come back. So in 2018, we decided to do our own museum educator guide program, meaning to have a dedicated group of guides to run this program for students. So we did a pilot and we trained about 10 guides, and these guides are actually different from our docents who run our daily guided tours. So this is totally different because the approach for this program is different. So we had 5 schools that participated in this pilot, and about 500 students. So we we changed the content a little bit. We had more, we trained our guides, the 10 guides, to use the inquiry-based approach, to use lots of visuals, storytelling, and different activities to encourage close looking. Okay, so I'm going to share with you some of the quantitative feedback. Okay, so this was just very generally what we wanted to know, whether they actually enjoyed the learning experience. So we asked them whether they enjoyed, and the majority of them agreed and strongly agreed that they enjoyed it, and that the guide was engaging and they learned more about the objects, and that they would come back to visit the museum again. So it was encouraging. So we went deeper into looking at the qualitative feedback. So we asked them what the most memorable moment was at the museum, and so I was really surprised to see students responding with much detail. So there were some students who said they liked looking at the real objects. They were generally excited. And this student says that, generally people are always looking at their phones or books, but looking at the real thing is so amazing. So reading this, and it was quite a lot of students had actually included this sort of feedback. So the students also said they enjoyed the storytelling and that it helped them to understand the world around them. So, for example, this student says that each object has each story has a different meaning, and now it can allow them to understand and appreciate the world they live in. And this student went even further to draw and say that, I think it's a girl. She managed to learn more about about her history and the religion and beliefs of other people. So all this was actually really encouraging in getting us to plan the next version of the program. And also we learned more about what students liked about the artifacts, and really surprised about the details in which they gave all their comments. Okay, and of course not forgetting the teachers, because the teachers are the ones we need to convince to bring the students to the museum. So of course we had to get the feedback from the teachers as well. And teachers, unlike the general public, actually can be more critical, because they have to look at the learning objectives. They have to report back to their senior management. They need to kind of ensure that whatever it's covered in the museum is something that they can also kind of follow up with later on. So generally they gave, when we talk about whether the learning journey met the objectives, they gave very positive feedback. But they also felt like there could be more work done in having more interactive activities, and also that stronger links could be made between the topic covered in the museum as well to the syllabus. Okay, and there were even 2 of them who said they were unsure whether they would sign up if there was a fee. Okay, but all feedback is good feedback. It helped us to kind of develop the next version of this program. Okay, so this was 2018. In 2019, before the pandemic, we started work on the new version of this museum-based learning. Okay, it's quite a long way since 2012 when we started work on the first version. So over here, you see a picture of students with the mask and signing in and all that during the pandemic. But before this, in 2019, we sat down with the officers from MOE, and we spoke about how we want to incorporate some of the things that we learned from the feedback obtained from the pilot, basically. And so the pilot helped us to ascertain what worked in the program and what could be improved. So for example, we want to use more visuals to give context, because that is something that we really need to help younger visitors to kind of to visualize some of these things that we are talking about in the museum, and an activity booklet to guide the learning journey in the museum. So I have a version of it here. And use of stickers and so on. And we are talking about primary 6 would be 12-year-olds. And, we did think, by 12, would they still want to have stickers and so on? But based on the earlier feedback that we got, we found that students still enjoyed having that easy sort of activity to do. So stickers was, a good thing. So, of course, on top of that, we also did role-playing, storytelling, and handling objects, which I will share with you. Okay, so this creature that you see over here is called, let me just point this one, this thing. So it's called a makara. So it's a mythical creature of South Asian origins. That is also found in different Southeast Asian communities, used in the art of different Southeast Asian communities. And we decided that we want to have a mascot. And based on our earlier feedback and kind of observation with young visitors, we found that they connect with objects with animal features. So this is something attractive for them. So in this program, after considering all the feedback and observation and so on, we want it to be a nice narrative for students to come into and for them to imagine and be curious about. So in this program, students will imagine they are being transported back in time in Southeast Asia in the past by this mythical and magical aquatic beast to meet some interesting people from various communities. So the guides are at different parts of the museum, and they would take on the role of someone from that community. For example, we have a batik artist, and we have someone from the Batak community, and also a ship captain, and a textile trader, etc. So these are all based on our galleries. So students will visit the 6 stations, and they will actually interact with these guides. And the guides will use visuals, they will use stories to engage the students and encourage them to look closely at artifacts, and they have handling items as well. So these were all things that we found that students really enjoyed. And of course, as part of the learning, the students have to answer some questions, but we try to not make it so worksheet, school homework-like. We try to give very easy sort of questions that students can answer, to kind of reduce that barrier to learn more about these artifacts. And based on our observation, we found that students are really engaged when these techniques are used in the galleries. Okay. So, of course, the pandemic happened as we were about to roll out the on-site program. And before we could kind of have it on-site, all schools were closed because of, even the museum was closed. So we're not able to roll out, and we had to quickly come up with some sort of online resources, and we launched 4 videos that were put on the portal, the MOE portal that students could access. So we also conducted feedback, okay, for these sessions, and we also had Zoom sessions after this. And from the online sort of videos as well as the Zoom sessions, we used a lot of feedback to guide our design process. And we also had to work very closely with our guides to ensure that the content that they were giving is, of course, their guiding method might be different, but we want to ensure that the content they're giving is consistent and it's the same. So we had to constantly observe what the guides were doing, and the feedback given by students also helped us to keep an eye on what was some, all their own experience through the guiding. Okay, so once again, okay, so we have expanded our survey form to include more questions because right now, earlier on, it was just kind of a very simple few questions. Right now, we have included questions like, I enjoyed listening to the stories, I enjoyed looking at real objects, and also, of course, we need to check if they learned about how life in Southeast Asia was like in the past, because that was the main question of the learning journey, and so on. Okay, and this is my favorite part. So students gave very detailed responses again about what their favorite objects were, and it helped us to see if our objectives were achieved. And it also helped us to see if the guides are being effective in delivering content or if we need to work with them further. Also, I mean, you can kind of read some of the comments. We learned more about the feelings and emotions of students as they went through this whole experience. So maybe I can zoom into some of my favorite comments, like the first one, what was your favorite object and why? And this student says, a sculpture that looked like a banana. It was funny and it piqued my curiosity on why it was made. Okay, I don't know what it is, but it makes me think about what kind of things actually attracts the attention of a 12-year-old. Okay, and when students do respond in a very considered manner, like, what does it tell you about how life in Southeast Asia was like in the past? The people had to be creative to help themselves live easier lives. I think this is a very thoughtful response to me, because this is something that we have covered in our content. And this student here, tell us your most memorable moment at the museum. When I was interacting with the museum educator at Station 4. So the guide must have left a very strong impression on the student to actually, for the student to say that, that was a memorable moment. So that's something for us to take note of. And of course, we want to continually improve this program. So some of them say they want to be able to touch the artifacts, exhibits, and the chance to walk around and to have more hands-on activities. So, and they want to make it long. It's a 2-hour experience, by the way. So if they want to make it longer, it's encouraging for us. And what they would like to find out more. And this part is also important because it helps us to kind of think about what sort of programs we want to develop further out of this whole museum-based learning program. So the part about the process of cleaning artifacts and putting them in a museum, it's interesting because it helps us think, oh, maybe we should have a program that talks about this, maybe conservation for kids or, things like that. Okay. And of course, teachers, not forgetting teachers. They have given a lot of constructive feedback for us to kind of work further. And as I said, this program runs till 2028. So we have to continuously evaluate and observe and improve upon this program. So I think they have often spoken about the signage that would actually allow students to move from one place to one station to another more easily. So we have worked on that, and we have also noted that they would want their students to maybe wander around on their own, but of course there isn't much time usually because they're always rushing back. Okay, some challenges in doing this evaluation, and it's, as I said, we started in 2012 and now we are here at 2022. So 10 years of, kind of getting feedback, observing, talking to people, etc. It's time consuming and not that straightforward. We also have to design questions that are very closely linked to what we want to achieve, what we want to learn from the comments. And sometimes it's, I often ask, why do we want to do the evaluation? Why do we do this feedback? What do we do with it? So that's something that we often ask in the team. So we have used this feedback over the period of this time to see the trends and to study the patterns to make changes to help us refine the program. And of course, some of the other challenges that I'm sure many museums face is also resource constraint, such that is it easy to get feedback from participants, but we have to print and we have to give it to them, and how do we get it back? And sometimes schools are rushing back to school after the 2 hours, and then what do we do? So these are some of the challenges that we have faced over the years. But of course, okay, so questions to ask: why are we evaluating? Why evaluate? And do we have the resources? And who is going to evaluate, and what will be the follow-up? So for us, it was quite clear actually for this program, because first of all, we want to evaluate because we want to see if the program has succeeded in meeting the learning objectives, and we want to improve the experience. We want to encourage repeated visitorship. Okay, the second part is we actually have to provide justification for funding for this program. So we need to show that the students are having a good time and they have responded positively to this program, and that they have a better understanding of the subject matter. And what I would really like to do actually at the next step is whether students, as they said they would, whether they would come back. But of course, we need to think of a different mechanism to see how we can actually find out and answer this question. Okay, so this feedback has helped us to steer the program to meet our objectives and help the team to understand the target audience. And I feel this impact is manifold, as the viewpoints of teachers and students can help us improve the experience of the at the museum for the general visitor. Thank you so much for listening.
네, 좋은 발표를 해주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. So it seems the ACM is working hard to provide diverse experience from the exhibition, not just for the educators, but to students of all ages, and also to improve the quality of program in the future. So that was a great input with the case study of Asian adventures in partnership with the Ministry of Education. It's details, planning process, and evaluation. Let's move on.
강사께서
The last presentation will be made by Ms. Choi Ji-hye, lecturer at the Graduate School of Education at Kyung University. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Her presentation is entitled "A Study on the Evaluation Methods of Participatory Museums in the Post-COVID Era." Good afternoon. Let me begin my presentation on the post-COVID era participatory museum study in the post-COVID era. Although the endemic is being discussed, the museums are still looking at is engaged in self-reflection about how they can transform themselves in the post-COVID era. And throughout that time of the COVID pandemic, most museums had hastened the digital transformation that they had postponed or ignored in the past in the wake of the pandemic, and have also tried to improve engagement beyond replacing the physical presence of visitors with genuine participation. And in the digital era of digital transformation, people have adopted more ways through social media to expand communication among themselves. And these developments provided technological advancements and convenience to society, but changes in perception and organizational culture were not happening fast enough to support digital transformation. So what we witnessed was just the phenomenon of digitalization through the addition of digital technology. Consequently, even in the digital age, digitalization did not bring about digital transformation that changes society and culture. But the COVID pandemic accelerated the hitherto sluggish digital transformation. Digital transformation is a concept first proposed in 2011 by IBM's Institute for Business Value and refers to a fundamental transformation of society and culture through digital technology and the environment. This digital transformation requires a shift from traditional operating models to digital technologies and environmentally friendly operating models, and changes to enhance user engagement opportunities to leverage digital technologies and environments to expand user value. Also essential is organizational cultural reform. Digital transformation has to be fundamental and innovative enough to change organizational culture. This shows Berman and Bell's proposed digital transformation strategic framework and transformation stages for implementing digital transformation. And redefinition here refers to the stage where user engagement is fully integrated with digital technology to replace the old ways of and create new user engagement. And the y-axis indicates that digital transformation is about using digital technology to once again generate, leverage, and integrate a company's operating model. In particular, the leverage stage optimizes and supports user value using digital technology, and it is necessary to implement fundamental changes to organizational culture. The integration stage is when digital technology is fully leveraged to optimize every element of existing user engagement to deliver efficiency and effectiveness. The second challenge for museums in the post-COVID era is the practice of participatory museums. Since the digital age, participation has emerged as both a societal demand and a call of the times. With the rapid development of social media since the advent of Web 2.0, people have been able to express their opinion and thoughts through diverse media, express and act through participation, share with others and the community, and reproduce information and media. In the process, people acquired the skills to support and promote participation, that is, digital literacy, cultural diversity literacy, digital citizenship, and global citizenship. Above all, people acquired the ability to be change makers. A change maker is someone who goes beyond personal gain to take action and create changes to solve common problems faced by society. This is what we call participatory culture. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, participatory culture has become stronger, and participation is required all across all of society and culture. In particular, digital technology has become a tool and medium of the participatory culture, contributing to further enriching the participatory culture. Participatory museums emerged from this trend by applying the concept of participation to museums. But within this social trend, participatory museums were already preparing to take off. Just like in the 80s and 90s, when the museum paradigm shifted to a visitor-centered paradigm along with the shift in focus from artifacts to people, the change from people to relationships began in the 2000s, followed by post-museums that emphasized the social role of museums. So within this mega trend, the age of participation became the backdrop for the shift to the participatory museum paradigm. Participatory museum is a concept first advocated by Nina Simon in 2015 and referred to museums that meet the expectations of participation and engagement of participating visitors and community members while placing participation at the heart of the museum mission and core values and pursuing it with greater depth. Nina Simon explains the principles for participatory museums as from me to we. A participatory museum should be able to extend personal experience from me to social experience to we, and to extend the experience inside the museum to experiences outside the museum. In addition, Simon believes that a participatory museum is linked to the local community, with the museum, visitors, and local community forming the museum community and maintaining reciprocal relationships with one another. In addition to Nina Simon, Samis and Michelson, who looked for the characteristics of participatory museums in the characteristics of visitor-centered museums, identify 4 characteristics as the common characteristics of participatory museums. First is it should be noted that organizational culture transformation is essential to support participatory museums. In fact, the organizational environment found to be suitable for participatory museums is the agile organizational environment that quickly and flexibly responds to visitors' needs and reflects their feedback. The agile organizational environment refers to the organizational environment of the museum that is necessary to reflect the needs and feedback of visitors quickly, as well as changes in leadership and organizational culture, so that it can be quickly and flexibly respond to the changing environment as proposed by Hagley and others. In particular, this is a table. We believe that it is necessary to form a team in which persons in charge of each field collaborate with one another. Table 1 here shows Nina Simon's design principles for participatory museums described earlier to the museum paradigm. As you can see, individual visitors' participation in the museum is designed to expand into social participation. Nina Simon also defined 4 types of participatory museums: contributing museums, collaborating museums, co-creating museums, and hosting museums. The most important point here is that the more museums let go of their traditional authority, the more room and power the visitor has to get involved. The visitors will become active participants in collaborating museums. And in the contributing museums, visitors will contribute to the running and organization of the museum. And the co-creating museums will get participants, that is the visitors, to participate in creating the exhibitions and activities of the museum. And in hosting museums, with very little intervention from the museum staff, the visitors will become the leaders, the initiators of the activities of the museum. What is important here is that the museums have to let go of their traditional authority and power and create more room for the visitors to get involved and to participate. Figure 2 is a graph showing the positions of the 4 types of participatory museums in terms of visitor empowerment and the flexibility of the organizational culture. As you can see, first of all, the x-axis represents visitor empowerment, and the y-axis shows the degree of flexibility of the organizational culture. The more supportive the museum is of the flexibility of the organizational culture, the more opportunities and power visitors will have to take part in the activities of the participatory museum. Let's now look at what participatory museums, as defined earlier, should be aiming for in the post-COVID era. First, digital technology must be used in all the environments surrounding participatory museums to realize the kind of digital transformation that enhances participation opportunities and transforms operating models. What is important here in this learning environment is the ubiquitous learning environment. Ubiquitous learning environment means a learning environment where activities can be carried out anytime, anywhere, and everywhere, free from the restrictions of time and space, through digital technology and a networked environment. In order to realize this kind of ubiquitous learning environment, digital technologies, teaching methods, or pedagogy that take into account digital technology and online content based on digital technology must be offered. In addition, in order to turn the participatory museum that brings together visitors, museums, and local communities into reality, the museum itself must fundamentally change its organizational culture and organizational environment. This is the graph that shows the importance of flexibility in organizational culture in the practice of participatory museums according to the different types of participatory museums. And what is important here is the agile organizational environment. And to do this, what is also essential is to build cross-functional teams to support the engagement and participation of visitors and community members. Next, let me explain the methodology of this study. The research procedure is as follows. In stage 1, we collected and analyzed relevant data and literature on the post-COVID era and participatory museums. And in stage 2, we derived common characteristics and verified whether these were actual common characteristics of participatory museums through case studies. And in stage 3, we came up with an analytical framework for participatory museums in the post-COVID era. And finally, we proposed a method for evaluating participatory museums in the post-COVID era based on the digital transformation strategy. And this is the actual methodology. We targeted the collection of research data related to post-COVID era and participatory museums. And we used the keywords such as COVID, untagged, contactless, non-face-to-face, post-COVID, and so on, as well as participatory museum-related literature and the case studies of 4 museums in Korea and overseas. As a result, 119 research data limited to the political, economic, social, cultural, and educational fields related to this study were collected, of which 92 documents where the characteristic of the post-COVID era showed up well were finally selected. And we read the abstract, introduction, and conclusion of the 92 documents and identified meaningful words, and then categorized these words in 2 rounds. In the case of literature on participatory museums, domestic literature was collected through RIS and DBPIA, which are academic research engines in Korea. And for overseas literature, we collected that using Google Scholar. 28 domestic documents and 21 overseas documents were finally selected after dropping those considered too difficult to utilize. And we searched for 4 case studies of 4 different museums. The 4 museums would be the National Museum of Korea, National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art of Korea, and Cleveland Museum of Art, and MoMA. For the cases of participatory museums, we picked 5. The Denver Art Museum, Detroit Institute of Arts, Kelvin Grove Art Gallery, Ruhr Museum, and Van Abbe Museum. What museums in the post-COVID era look like was examined through the case studies of 4 museums in Korea and overseas, as I mentioned just now. And we listed the common characteristics of museums in the post-COVID era in this table. As for examples of participatory museums, we focused on collecting and analyzing the cases of 5 overseas museums, as I just listed. And these are this is a summary of the common characteristics of these participatory museums. And finally, by combining the digital transformation strategic framework proposed by Berman and Bell and Simon's model showing the types of participatory museums by visitor empowerment and organizational flexibility, we came up with an analytical framework for participatory museum practice in the post-COVID era. The x-axis of the 2 frameworks is the same. The higher the user value and the higher the opportunity for participation, the better digital transformation and participatory museums are realized. On the other hand, the y-axis all represent changes in the operating model, that is, museum management. Since this study regards the pursuit of digital transformation and participatory museum practice as the way forward for museums in the post-COVID era, we prepared the analytical framework for participatory museum practice in the post-COVID era by combining these 2 models. Now let's move on to the findings. First, let me look at the characteristics of the post-COVID era, realizing a ubiquitous learning environment. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital transformation, which had been discussed before the pandemic but not carried out properly. as well as participation, which had been emerging as a social demand. Accordingly, we were able to summarize the characteristic elements of the post-COVID era into the realization of the ubiquitous learning environment that supports digital transformation and participation. The first characteristic is individuals as active participants with the right to make independent choices. In the post-COVID era, participants are active participants with agency, individuals who have the power to choose and prefer to share their rights with others, which is also a reflection of the individual's acceptance of participatory culture. The second characteristic is a ubiquitous learning environment based on digital transformation that aims to improve digital technology and participation. At this time, we must not only implement a digital-based learning environment, but also pursue a paradigm shift and reflection towards the kind of education that takes into account learners and participants who will learn based on digital technology. The third characteristic is the practice of a flexible and collaborative organizational environment through hyperconnectivity based on digital technology and social media. As a fourth characteristic, we identified community activation and community orientation based on hyperconnectivity. In fact, participants were hyper-connecting with others, the community, and society through an online network environment where they shared common problems and interests. The fifth characteristic is digital citizenship, which will close the participation divide. In the post-COVID era, individuals who find it difficult to use or fully understand digital technology will come up against the wall of the digital divide and consequent education divide. And thus, digital citizenship is needed to bring down that wall. These five characteristics could be found in participatory museums in the post-COVID era as well. The Cleveland Museum of Art has built a digital transformation team in an agile organizational environment composed of representatives from various departments and uses its own application and the digital exhibition wall within the museum to attract visitors. Whether you're on or offline, you can use the museum exhibits according to your own needs. The Museum of Modern Art in New York has established an ongoing partnership with the global online education platform, Coursera, to create an online space for education and interaction. And the National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art of Korea has been operating the Digital Art Museum since before the pandemic and providing lots of online content, and the National Museum of Korea operates the E-Museum, offering a customized curation platform for visitors. The hallmark of a participatory museum is engagement with visitors and the community and visitor participation. In particular, it is clearly confirmed that the museum's power should be shared with visitors, that a corresponding change in perception should be pursued, and that horizontal collaboration among the museum staff is necessary for the transformation of organizational culture. Furthermore, the social practices and needed citizenship that comes with the expansion of participatory experiences beyond the museum are emphasized as practical elements of participatory museums. The first characteristic of participatory museums is the connection between the museum community and the visitor as an active partner and participant. The museum experience in participatory museums is disseminated by the visitor as an active partner and participant. And the second characteristic that we observed is the perception that the museum's authority should be shared with visitors and a change in perception from within. The most important but not well-practiced element here is changing perceptions on the ground. To this end, the museum must give up its authority so that it can reflect on itself and rethink its relationships with visitors. In particular, we confirm the need for curatorship to encourage museum staff to work in partnership with visitors and the community. Moving on to the third characteristic, which is the practice of a horizontal collaborative organizational culture among the museum, its visitors, and the community. Participatory museums should regard visitors, community members, and the community organizations as members and partners of the museum and work to communicate and collaborate with them. The fourth characteristic is supporting the expansion of participatory experiences using educational aids, including digital technologies and social platforms. Fifth, it was shown that a sustainable and mutually beneficial relationship must be established among visitors, the community, and the museum. This was suggested as the ideal to be pursued by participatory museums. What is important, the key word here is mutually beneficial or reciprocal. So this relationship has to be sustainable, in that it has to last more than just a few years. It has to last longer than a decade. And it has to be a win-win, mutually beneficial or reciprocal relationship, where the museum gains, the visitors gain, and the community at large also gains. The sixth characteristic is the ideal of the visitor cum participant as a change maker who practices citizenship. Through the expansion of participatory experiences, visitors grow into practitioners, that is, change makers, who become all the more able to connect, interact, and relate with one another, as well as the museum and the community. In overseas participatory museums, the six characteristics were found to be in practice. Denver Museum of Art and Detroit Institute of Art have succeeded in changing their internal perceptions as well as their organizations. In addition, their mission is to become a museum that is connected to the local community. And the Kelvin Grove Gallery and the Ruhr Museum aim to be museums that blend into and unite with the local community as well. The practical and evaluative elements of participatory museums in the post-COVID era confirmed through this study are mapped against the analytical framework for participatory museums in the post-COVID era to produce the diagram in figure 4. Our analysis showed that it is possible for a museum to be evaluated as a participatory museum in the post-COVID era only if there is innovation in both the museum's attitude towards participation, which corresponds to the X-axis, and the museum's operation based on the digital transformation of the museum, which corresponds to the Y-axis. And what is important at this point is the agile organizational environment. Whoops, sorry. And what is important here is to create a ubiquitous environment that makes full use of not only digital technology, but also all the mechanisms for a networked environment. And what is also important is to create a reciprocal relationship among the visitors, the museum, and the local community. And our analysis have shown that it is possible for a museum to be evaluated as a participatory museum in the post-COVID era by changing its attitude and also changing its operational model. So when it comes to the attitude of the museum in the X-axis, this is how and how much the museum gets its visitors and community members to participate in its activities. Below the X-axis, the 5 levels of participatory design principles evaluate how much participation is enabled. Welcoming, connecting, and partnering, which are the 3 points on the X-axis, evaluate how the museum enables participation. And the Y-axis evaluates whether the operation is based on digital transformation, and the 3 points on the y-axis, namely expansion of participatory experience, transformation of awareness and organizational structure, and the ubiquitous learning environment, evaluate the extent of digital transformation. Let me move on to the conclusion. In this, we need to check whether the museum not only has the attitude but also the operational model. And in conclusion, I hope that this study will be helpful in evaluating participatory museums in the post-COVID era. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Times have changed greatly, and the museum environment has also changed vastly since the pandemic. In the age of the new normal, museums are required to participate in and expand the digital transformation. So Ms. Park defined museums that respond to this demand as participatory museums and stressed that the method for evaluating such participatory museums should center around the strategic framework for digital transformation, as well as an analysis of evaluating museums' activities. Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. And thank you very much for your patience and attention listening to all 8 presentations. In order to realize the objectives and value of the museum's education programs and exhibitions and enhance their competitiveness so that we can develop better programs and enhance quality, evaluation is a must. That is why we have set the theme of this international symposium as evaluation of museum education programs and exhibitions. It's quite a challenging theme, but we were able to listen to all the experiments and attempts that are being made by diverse museums, a variety of museums, on evaluating their programs and exhibitions. So it was a very enriching and learning experience for all involved. We'll take a 5
지금부터 종합 토론을 시작하겠습니다.
Now we're going to start a panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Seo Won-ju, the director for exhibition and artifacts at the War Memorial Museum. Please welcome the moderator with a big round of applause. Nice to meet you. I'm Seo Won-ju. First of all, thank you very much for staying until the very last session of today's conference. Actually, I have never met with the panel before this conference, so I ask for your understanding, and I will start.
Apologies not to contact you in person before this seminar. I'm well aware that this seminar is international symposium, but for the consistency of the communication and how can I say convenience for the interpreters, I will be speaking only in Korean unless I need to reconcile miscommunication, which I hope won't happen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for understanding. 그러면 지금부터 제가
Now, I'm going to give you a brief summary of the presentations before having a discussion. So in part one, we had 4 presentations. First of all, there was a presentation by Professor O'Neill about the benefits, difficulties, and fragilities of visitor reception, applied research. Then there was a presentation by Ms. Holder about overcoming the pandemic with education programs. And then there was a presentation by Professor Lee Soo-young about the evaluation of museum educational programs. And then we had the presentation of Ms. Oh Aran about improving methods for the evaluation in permanent exhibitions. And then there is a presentation by Dr. Charman about the VNA learning programs in measuring impact. And then there is a presentation by Ms. Park Yeon-hee about the visitor behavior research and evaluation at the Children's Museum of the National Folk Museum of Korea. And then the presentation by Ms. Melissa Viswani about the ACM case study on Asian adventures for primary 6 students. And lastly, Ms. Choi Ji-hye made a presentation on the post-COVID era in the participatory museum model. So I'm going to ask some questions first to Professor O'Neill. Now, this is a booklet with high quality paper, and I couldn't write properly, so I had to use my own paper. So the presentation was a great explanation about the applied research and why it is necessary in particular. And I have actually a personal curiosity. So in order to conduct applied research on the visitor reception, do you think it's important for an individual museum to accumulate applied research outcomes for a longer period of time, or do we need a standardized applied research methodology that can be applied to various museums?
The question is a difficult one because it depends absolutely on the type of research that you are doing. I don't believe much, except for things that are rather mechanical. I don't believe much in shared tools shared with a number of other people. We have that in France because, as you know, we are a very centralized country still. And we have that with the Ministry of Culture, who organized, but it was about 10 or 15 years ago, something that was called the Observatory of Visitors. It was very useful to kind of launch the idea of making research about audiences. I think for that it was very useful. And it was useful because it gave a tool to museums that never had, made research around that. So they just had to hand out so that was the first good way. The second good thing was that they, like that, gathered data that were comparable, which is one of the problems we have in museums because we tend to try and do qualitative research, having each of us our ways of doing it, but then the problem is that you can't compare things. And I was speaking about the difference between results and interpretation of results. And you get interpretation by crossing results. And if you have results that are very different one from another, interpretation is more difficult. So in a way, it's a good idea, but for certain types of research and at a certain time of the museum's development, I think now we've reached a point in research, audience research in museums, where it's probably more interesting to do qualitative research and then to kind of expand our expertise around that. And perhaps one day, when we reach more expertise, we will be able to have kind of common tools.
네, 감사합니다. 그 논문 중에 그 일반화된
Thank you very much for your answer. So in your presentation, you mentioned the fear of such a standardized approach. That was why I asked this question. So I will move on to the next question to Ms. Holder.
드리고 싶은
I have a question for Heidi Holder from the Met. When I first learned about the Your Met Art Box program, free tea is a good reason for people to anticipate the delivery of your Met Art Box. And the average age of the clients that you send these art boxes to are over 80. So they're senior citizens. And then you talked about institutions or hospices, but also are you thinking of or is this program expandable, and can you change the target to other marginalized groups like people in prison or people who are very poor and so on? So is this program scalable, and how would you evaluate the scalability of the program?
This program is scalable. It's scalable even within the partnership, because there are about as many as 18,000 people who can still receive, and we're only working with 1,000 now. So even within this population, I know it is scalable. It's scalable in terms of expansion of sheer number, and it's also scaled in terms of languages that are available in New York City. As you know, it's a gateway city, so there are lots of pockets of people who speak languages other than English. So that's one of the reasons why it's having a program be scalable is a criteria at the Met for doing a program. So it wouldn't make sense for me to do something that only it would have a cap. I have thought about that, and people have mentioned about it, but I think older adults is a group that not so much neglected, but there's a lot of growth there. As populations age, I think it's an opportunity for us as institutions to figure out ways to work with populations that sort of peak at museum as museum goers in their late 50s and after retirement, and then they sort of recline. So I think for us, it's an opportunity to not just with this group, but other older adults, different times of day? Are we using the times of day when older adults tend to visit organizations? We have thought about it, I mean, about what we would do, but I think there's so much opportunity here just with older adults for this particular group that we would probably not get to the end of it, to tell you the truth, in terms of what we can actually do. But I mean, you know, an idea is only an idea. So it is open now to the world to think of what can you do if working with prisoners is a very interesting thing, but it's a different population, would require different training from the staff, because I'm also hesitant to enter into new relationships with populations or to be outreach where the team is not prepared, because you wouldn't be able, it may not be replicable. You may not be able to sort of, you know, like icing, to squeeze some here, squeeze some there. You couldn't always do it. You've got to be really careful. So sometimes I think we are excited to outreach to new people. But the thing is, every new audience requires a different set of expertise, requires understanding, knowledge, and then is the organization prepared? So even if we were to even work with prisoners, I have done some work with prisoners before. It's very specific. In New York City, again, they're a vulnerable population, just like this one, very similar in that way. Even to get your ID, to get to this can take you 6 months, and you have to have the right credentials. You've got to know, you know, it's a completely different approach. So I think we're here, we've found a niche where, and there is knowledge on the team for people who know how to write materials and prepare for this group. So I think we have the expertise, we have the comfort level, and even within this group, we are still learning. What does that mean? Evaluating the program, we've done some of the work we're doing now with short surveys. We intend to continue some of that. The program is going to be relaunched, and I'm actually thinking while doing this conference that perhaps we might even relaunch the application, because I think the anticipation, I think too much time passed for this age group between the time when we evaluated. It's a few months, but I think it's too much time. So the program, the next box is delivered in November. Tea is our most popular box, of course, because it's tea, right? But we do, I mean, there's art in every box, there's objects, and we had a box that was on, just to give a sense of variety, we had a box that was on, what do you call it? And serving guests, and it was based on a Persian censer, so we had incense in the box. So you, again, smell incense. These are older adults. We're looking to be interdisciplinary and multisensory. So you can burn incense and smell incense, feel it with your fingers. So it's just really just looking at the senses. And I think, you know, to top tea, we do hot chocolate very soon. So these are things that are manageable. They're very tiny packet. It's a packet. You have to add hot water to it. It's over. You know what I mean? And just having that, and the whole thing is that you would share it with someone. And if you didn't want it yourself, you can give it away. So we give you a gift that you can also give. So I hope that answers your question. You're welcome.
네, 감사합니다. 다음 이수영 교수님 발표에.
Thank you for your answer. Let me move on to the next question for Professor Lee Soo-young. So you made a presentation from a evaluation expert's perspective, introduced the Kirkpatrick's 4 levels model and its application to the museum educational programs. Personally, I have this question. So there are evaluation theories in educational studies. For formal education, most of them were developed for formal education, but in museums, the education is informal, and can we really use the same theory for measuring the impact of the learning? So that's the first question for you. And the second question is, so the first question was about feasibility of applying the theory to museum learning. And the second question is more about adequacy, whether we can actually adopt the framework from formal education. I heard this lecture of Professor Elian Eisner, who was an expert in evaluation himself. And he said that developing measurements do not feed the cows. Now, the context of museum or art museums is very emotional, psychological, and potentially affectionate. Do you think it's adequate? Thank you very much for the question. So the first question is about about the visibility of applying the evaluation theory for formal education to informal education taking place in museums. I admitted that point in my presentation. Having said that, I still made a presentation on this because the learning in museums is informal as well as structured or systematic. Then what is the approach we should take to a space like this where two types of learning are taking place at the same time? So I think we can apply the evaluation theory for formal education, at least partially. And about the second question, we don't actually have an established framework or a systematic framework for this. So I think we need to work harder on. Excuse me, that was also part of the answer for the first question. We don't have an established or systematic framework for learning in museums, so we need to work on the empty aspects. Moving on to the second question. Now, some people might say that we don't need a standardized evaluation criteria like this for the complex experiences in museums, but I do think we need. The different experiences are different for visitors, but that should not be the end of our discussion. We need a common criteria or indicators that can be used to actually enrich the experience of visitors and have better understanding of diverse visitors and their process of learning. So we both need the common criteria and more specific ones that can be applied to diverse individuals. Moving on.
I have some questions for Helen Sharman.
지금 의사소통이 되고 있는 걸로 제가 감안을 하고 질문을 드리자.
So I'm going to assume that we have interpretation working well. Now the VNA is actually the world's most trendy and stylish museum, and maybe that's why the presentation slides were very stylish. So you have the VNA Learning Impact Framework, which was totally new to me. It sounded very fresh, and I felt that that would be very useful. And actually, I have a concern. Maybe that was only possible because that was developed by VNA. And as pointed out earlier by other speakers, evaluation in museum should take mixed methods. And VNA is also using observation, quantitative survey on online, and qualitative tele-depth interview. And for the methods, the researchers have to be trained, and the theories supporting these methods have to be established. And the question is whether you actually have the resources, budget, and time for the training and the establishment of such theories. When you're thinking of all the smaller museums across the world. So, can you share some ways that the smaller museums across the world can actually use at least a part of your research approach, or share some tips for other museums?
Thank you. Yes. Can I just check first of all that you can hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, beaming in from London, a sunny autumn London morning. So thank you. Good question. We spent a long time working in partnership with Lancaster University to develop our impact framework, and it goes back actually to I think is it Marie Clate's response to the question around the viability, feasibility, usefulness of having a standardized model. And if we take the view that evaluation learning programs are around best outcomes for visitors, learning experiences, then your starting point has to be with your visitor rather than a priori with a framework. And that is the piece that takes time. Caring about visitors and learners and their experiences, their motivations, their needs, their aspirations does take time. And time is a valuable resource, but it is time well spent. I think even if you're a small museum, on getting to have some better sort of insight and understanding about your visitors' motivations. And there was a big shift in the Falcon-Durking model of motivations-led visitor studies. Gosh, it was about 20 years ago, I think, which was, and I reference that in my talk, about the social nature of a museum visit. And rather interestingly, the sort of specialist knowledge element of a museum visit scored quite low in that large cohort study. So that sort of emotional, social environment is such an important part before a lot of the actual kind of effective learning starts to happen. So my guidance on this actually would be that a framework is really useful, and the OECD Future Skills 2030 paper and the other, a range of other contexts that we brought into our impact framework really helped us inform our thinking around the skills and the knowledges that we wanted to develop. But actually the starting point was our visitors, and our visitors are different from another museum's visitors. So that really has to be where the resource is focused in the first instance. And then I think it is possible to adapt and adopt frameworks from other museums. I mean, we would be delighted if our impact framework was useful and meaningful and helpful for other museums internationally, but necessarily that will be adapted to the needs, interests, motivations of their visitors. And actually there was another model that we used, a different framework earlier on before we developed the impact framework, which was about, we developed about 40 personas across our visitor cohort. And these then were used to inform the impact framework. I didn't have time really to reference those today. So I think it's a bit of both and, even small museums probably know their visitors better than a lot of the large nationals that have over, 3 million, 4 million visitors a year. But even with large numbers, you can still take that time to get to know what motivates your visitors and then pull that into the development of your framework. And of course, we know, those of us who work in education, we are inveterate tinkerers. We love to borrow other ideas and then adapt them to our educational context. It's what we do as educators. So I think there is a lot of potential to adapt the model, but I wouldn't say that one would lift it directly from one institutional context onto another. I think it needs to be more nuanced than that and made context specific. Thank you. I'll go back on mute now.
Yes, thank you for that response. We'll now move on to the next presentation and questions for the next presenter in the interest of time. To Owaran. I was quite impressed that the Folk Museum is conducting annual surveys, visitor satisfaction surveys, and so on. But if you look at the presentation, it seems that the evaluation stage would be the first stage, stage 1, as was presented by Professor Lee Soo-young. So are there plans to pursue greater depth to advance to the next stage of evaluation? And the second question is, in the evaluation, focusing on the studies, the survey of the permanent exhibition and the outdoor exhibition, you diversified the targets of the survey to expert groups and the curatorial staff and so on. And I think that's a great improvement. And it was a great learning experience for me too. But one thing that I find regretful is that one thing that did not come up in this presentation, in this conference, was a meta evaluation of evaluation systems, and also the theme of ethics in assessments, since we are all public institutions. So going back to that second question, cultural value or academic value were the criteria in choosing the expert group to survey. So I think in the long run, it's just a proposal or suggestion that we can get this expert group to be the evaluators of meta evaluation. Yes, thank you for the question. Yes. In the stage 1, in the various stages presented by Professor Lee Soo-young, yes, I do agree that the surveys and the research that we are engaged in remain at level 1 or stage 1, where we focus on how satisfied the visitors were with the exhibition in general. So we did not go into any further depth about which parts or which aspects of the exhibition they were happy with and what suggestions they would have for improvement and so on. So we are trying to utilize the results of the survey to add greater depth, or to add, say, more in-depth questions to the survey so that we can glean more information, more detailed information from the visitors. So we will also apply multifaceted evaluation methods and also apply comparative analysis techniques. But frankly speaking, we have not entered a high-dimensional evaluation which is only possible if we zoom in on one particular visitor and follow the visitor around as he moves from around the museum from the time of entry till the time of exit, and also have lengthy interviews with the visitor. But that is not feasible for now. But to complement that or supplement that weakness, that is one reason we invited expert groups to conduct some of the surveys. And the expertise and the values of the expert group, we thought that it would be useful for the museum. And so for the future, I do believe that we can make use of these experts and utilize the advice provided by them in meta-analysis and meta-evaluation as well. And thank you. And now I'd like to move on to the questions for Park Yeon-hee. Yes, it was quite impressive, the multifaceted and multidimensional approaches for surveying or researching the visitors to the Children's Museum. And it was quite impressive. It's quite time-consuming, I'm sure, and also very labor-intensive. And I'm expecting quite a lot from this survey if it is conducted nationwide. But one question I have is informed consent. If you gain informed consent before you conduct these interviews and surveys vis-a-vis the children as well as their parents, then that would set up a artificial environment or mindset as they respond to the survey, to those who are surveyed. So since you get this prior informed consent, the response to your questions could be a little stilted, and there could be contamination, before they start responding to the interview. And also, there is the issue of ethics. So when children visit museums, children's museums, they experience their museum experience focuses on play mainly. And so the children, the visitors who have given prior informed consent and those who have not given consent, if you put them in the same frame, could ethical issues arise from that kind of environment? Okay, I will respond to the first question first. For the informed consent given by the for those respondents who have already given prior consent, their behavior may not be normal behavior. Their behavior or their play or response could be a little stilted or artificial. And that was a major concern for us as well. So to supplement that weakness or to address that weakness, that is why we used a multi-pronged approach of the interviews and the survey and observation and so on. And actually, in reality, the response was not that stilted or artificial, because even if the parents behaved a little awkwardly, the children, they were innocent enough to behave the way they always behave in everyday situations. So it was not as worrisome as we had expected. And also, we interviewed and observed the visitors who had already given prior consent, and once they came into the museum, they had they were tagged and they had ID necklaces, and we always follow these visitors around, and they were in a separate space, and their line of movement was separated from the other ordinary visitors who had not given prior consent and were not participating in the research. So that was a concern that we had dissipated. Thank you very much.
The next question goes to Ms. Melissa Viswani of ACM Singapore. So that was an interesting presentation with diverse photos. So the presentation gave us an immersive experience. A few years ago, I actually went to the ACM and the Pan-African Museum and experienced myself the diverse cultural heritage of Singapore. During your presentation, you said all feedback is good feedback, and I agree. And you're collecting feedback from these children with their writings and drawings. And my question is, other than the survey questionnaire or interview, do you have other ways to measure or evaluate their experiences? Second is about data analysis, not collection. So I think there will be diverse ways to analyze the collected data, mind mapping, narrative research, and so on. And the data, collected data, is like gems. So do you have other plans to apply diverse ways to analyze your data?
Okay, let me tackle the first question first. So the first question is, did we use other ways to study the responses from the students? So for this particular program, because we worked, it was a very specific collaboration with the ministry. So the education ministry officers would also actually go to schools and speak to the teachers, and as well as get feedback. So with that, we often had meetings with them as well, and that really helped to kind of help us to enrich the program. So we have collection of responses from our end, and they would do the interviews in the schools. So in a way, because this program doesn't just end, it's not just a one-off program. It starts with an introductory sort of a session in the classroom, and the teacher would actually kind of talk about what they're going to experience, and it's linked to, because of the links to the curriculum, there are some pre-visit resources that they would do, and there's some discussion in the classroom. So that is observed by the education ministry officers. They would, it's of course they can't go to every single classroom, but they would actually kind of have specific schools that they would visit, and they would also speak to the teachers to get their feedback. And then after the visit, teachers would kind of round off the session back in the classroom as well. So there are pre and post visit resources, and we work with the ministry to kind of get a holistic view of holistic view of how the responses are for this program. So as I said, when we started in 2012, it was kind of, we developed this thinking that only certain things would work. And of course, over the years with the different teachers kind of giving us feedback and so on, and working with the ministry really helped to make it a holistic program. Otherwise, if you ask about just a general one-off program where visitors walk in, we do have people who survey them, doing visitor feedback, and as part of the National Heritage Board, we do have specific sort of focus group discussions with different groups of people, like teachers or parents, or seniors, etc. So that is actually conducted by the National Heritage Board, and every year there's actually an analysis done by a marketing company who would actually study the visitorship profile and the motivations to visit, etc. So that is kind of the generally, if you you know, if you ask me about the other ways that visitors are being kind of studied in our museums in Singapore. Yeah. So the diverse ways to analyze, I think that is something that I mean, if you're talking about the museum-based learning program, because it's going to run for a few more years, I think that would be the next step for us and I'm learning so much today from the different frameworks and different ways to kind of take this further. So I think that it's a push forward for me to do that. That's the next step for me. Yes, thank you. I hope I answered the questions. Thanks.
예, 그러면 마지막 발표에 대해서 경희대학교 최지혜 선생님 발표.
My last set of questions are directed to Choi Ji-hye of Kyunghee University. Post-COVID and participatory museum, all the hot words were in your presentation, and so it was a learning experience for me about the evaluation methods of this hot rising participatory museums. According to Nina Simon, there are 5 types of participatory museums and the 5 stages. And so you summarized it quite well in one table. My question is, when it comes to the first to the third stages of evaluating participatory museums, that all happens inside the museum, so that's it's easy to evaluate. But then moving on to the 4th and 5th stages, that's very personal. So is it possible to... Wouldn't it be challenging for the museum to evaluate that? You have the co-creating and then co-hosting types of participatory museums. So the further you let go, the museums let go of their authority, the greater room there is for participation and power, empowerment of the visitors. So I would like to ask a very cautious question. So please understand that I'm asking this out of curiosity, personal curiosity. So if you think that it's the right direction to go for museums to let go of their power and to shift that power or transfer that power to the visitors, then who has the authority to evaluate this, to assess that the museums are really letting go of their power? So this is a philosophical and ethical question, I think. Yes, thank you very much for those questions. So stage 1 to 3 of evaluating participatory museums, yes, those would be the target or subject would be the evaluating the internal workings and activities of the museum. So that's easy. But the 4th and 5th stage will go much greater in depth into personal, at the personal level that is out of control of the museums. Yes, I do agree with that. I did participate in the interviews to evaluate the stages, evaluate the museums, and there were only very few museums that actually reached stages 4 and 5. So in stages 4 and 5, they would conduct narrative interviews with the curatorial staff. and very in-depth interviews with the editorials and curatorial staff, not just the curators or the chief and assistant curators, but even the staff, the rank and file staff, and even the students and experts, and everyone involved in the museum community. And the narrative interviews especially encompassed all these people at a very personal level, so it was possible. Moving on to the second question. The entity that will be evaluating, the evaluator of these participatory museum, that was the question. And I think the response would be similar to my response to the first question, to your first question. The museum should let go of their authority to the extent that they even let go of their power to choose their assessors or choose their evaluators. That even that authority is transferred or handed over to the visitors. The visitors will assess whether the museums have really let go of their authority. Yes, thank you for the response from the panelists. And now we'll have a freewheeling discussion. The panelists can ask questions to one another, or you can make comments also.
I'd like to go on about the open museum, how do you call it in participative museum, participatory museum. It is a topic that we treated during our last full SICA conference in Leuven in Belgium, with the Nina Simon was not there, but she was present during and it was extremely interesting because it allowed us to go, I think, in something that's less drastic and perhaps more subtle in the question of participation. Because I think we should, as always, not shift completely from one side to the other, because there is something in museums that is called expertise, shared by a number of people around the museum. But at the same time, this expertise kind of overdoes the power. And I think that museum people that are people that understand their institution, which is so very special, I think they can, pushed by the idea of Nina Simon that I like very much, they can be pushed to kind of question what are the expertise that remains an expertise, and what are the environments that can be opened to the public and shared and everything. So I think that it's probably the way you should go on working on your, model, trying not to go from one thing to the other, because you are saying yourself, nobody reaches number 4 and 5, and I'm not sure they should reach it in a way. So, and it might be something that kind of sticks people to the ground, instead of pushing people to think better and in a more subtle way. So it's just a remark. But probably you have things to say about that. So I'd love to hear you.
네, 감사합니다. 저 역시도
Yes, thank you for that comment. Yes, I too believe that there should be a gradual transition to the participatory museums, and there should be a transition or change, subtle changes in mentality, in attitudes, in mindsets. And it should be visitor-centered. What the visitors want. What are the opinions of the visitors? I think that should be the most important departing point or starting point. Yes, thank you for that response and that comment. Are there any other comments or questions from the panelists? Yes, Heidi?
Hi, hello, thank you. Thank you for your comment. I mean, it does come up a bit, and I wanted to go back to this idea of expertise, which I think is really important. And I don't know if the word is visitor center rather than guidance in a shared responsibility about their experience, particularly around, I would say, where exhibitions are concerned. I'm not a curator, but I work closely with curators. And more we're having conversations about interpretation. And this idea does come up, what is the role of the visitor's point of view in the shaping of an exhibition? What is the role of the curator's point of view in the visitors in accepting and thinking, what do you do with this information? And I think, like all things, it's an arrow that, two sets of arrows that have points on both sides. It's a discourse, you know what I mean? It's a conversation. I think, you know, and it all depends. I mean, this field, I started out as a painter, and then I became an art historian, and then I became an educator. So I have a lot of interesting experiences to get to this point. And I can say I was very happy to look at the flesh of Rubens for the rest of my life and never read anything about social sciences or evaluation. I was fine. And I never noticed I was missing something. It was fine. Would have been my career. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is that, and I got into it for the beauty, for the context, for all these things that we get into these things for. But the thing is really, I mean, the training is just really not there in thinking of these ways. So how can we bridge the gap, particularly, and it's often educators to do that, to create a discourse with our curatorial teams and think about the place of, you know, say, the V&A is doing a very brave thing. You know, that's brave. In some places it would be risky. And every institute, and it's a continuum. Many institutions are moving in that direction. But and like, as you've said rightly, there's no one size fits all here. Every institution is going to approach this differently. Some places it will be widespread, some places it will be not. But I think this idea of the visitor, I think it's really important to think about how visitors make meaning to guide particularly the way that we have our education programs or the way in which an exhibition manifests itself into a space. And I want to say this here. For me, an exhibition is a curriculum. That's what it is. It's an intention about a particular set of learning goals, whether you've articulated them or not, and you're using objects to tell this story. I think of the rehanging of the Raphael cartoon room at the V&A. There are decisions that were made. What will we show? What will we decide to do? And we're about to have a show, and I think some people at the Met maybe visited to see your collection there. So it's like, you know, it's part of the same world. But there are decisions that have been made about what will go on the walls, what not the color you chose to put in that green, that has significance. So just thinking about all that stuff, it's a clear curriculum about what are very intentional, and you use the students, the audience to help guide that curriculum, and then it became summative, and you looked at it again, and you're going to reweave it in. It's a constant sort of process that keeps feeding into each other, you know, which does take time, and the entire institution has to be committed to it, or else it's not going to work. So I think I wouldn't say visitor centered, because it does. Someone has to have some power, because then someone has to be accountable for when the Raphael room doesn't work. You know what I mean? So I just think, because once you say that, it does make people scared, particularly people coming to this. It all depends on what side of the Atlantic you're on about how you see the role of museums. It does make people scared. And what would I do with my expertise? What would I do with that, and what's the role? You have your expertise, but you listen and you incorporate that, and sometimes it moves the needle a little bit, sometimes it moves it a lot. But I'm always very hesitant about that, because these are institutions that have to run and need refrigeration, and lights have to be kept on, and floors have to be mopped, and pencils have to be bought, and stuff like that, and they're quite complex, even the smallest ones. And the visitor is not concerned with any of that stuff. We have to be concerned with those stuff. So how do we marry those two things? I think I'm just really hesitant to think about complete center. The visitor, yes, is at the center of experiences. Yes, we center them in that way, but the experience we give to them is something that is a dialogue with us. And sometimes the dialogue does not begin until the show or the program has already been manifested into the world. At other times, it begins before. In an ideal way, the moment you have an idea, you start talking to the visitors to help you co-shape what it would be. And even then, there will be surprises. So I just wanted to sort of share that. Thank you.
지금 시간이 살짝 지나고 있는데 지금 5시간 이상 자리를 지키고 계신
So I think we are almost approaching the end of the conference. There are some audience in this hall who have been staying for more than 5 hours here. They have every right to ask any question or comment. Can someone pass the microphone? Good afternoon. I'm working at the National Museum of Hangul. So I really felt that the presentations were actually lectures. I learned a lot, and I thank you very much. So I wanted to ask this question that might sound strange. This question goes to Professor O'Neill. Now, when it comes to evaluation of exhibition or educational programs, we need to develop the tools for them down the road. And as I am responsible for exchanges among museums in my organization, I am thinking that it would be great and faster to develop if museums can actually open and share the tools they have developed. But that can be quite sensitive, and it could be administratively difficult. Then how can we convince them to open and share the tools that they already have? Thank you.
I think the question is not, you are working on exchanges. I'm very struck by the fact that museums exchange a lot throughout the world, but they tend very often not to adjust really to the fact that they change. We made a research some years ago about that. The fact that, in fact, for a lot of museums, exchanging meant translating the panels, you know, and so there was no cultural adjustment at all, or very, very few. So I think that's the first thing. Just to say that I'm really convinced that each museum has its personality and its audience, and that the culture that goes with it. And we were talking about standardization, and I think it's something we must avoid somewhere. I suppose that one of the roads for me would be try to share more the results of our research, more than the tools, you know. We all work in, you know, in different environments, and so much information is lost, in fact, because there is no not enough official channels of exchange of information. So probably it's one thing that I do hope that in our next meeting that should be in Singapore, in SECA, I started discussing with the people in Singapore about a theme that would be, you know, how do you, what's the name in English? How do you adjust your results to the ground? And do you do it? And how do you do it? You know, that distance between our research and what is really impacted, you know, in the galleries. And I think all this, this is something that we can share, you know, these reflection. But I'm not sure that saying, okay, I'm doing an open questionnaire, why don't you do it? Or I'm doing, you know, somewhere it has no, it would be perhaps easier, but I think it would be fake. For me, it's a fake news in a way.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 오늘 네, 여기 한 분 더 계시네요. 예.
Thank you very much. There is one more question in the audience.
Yes. I received the booklet when I came today, and I will probably have to start reading it from tonight. And I cannot say that I understood everything that the presenters have said, but as a friend of the museum, what I can say is that we have to do our best at every moment. We're not dealing with something that is already complete and perfected. And our ultimate goal is to improve the quality of the services we provide to our audiences, to our visitors. As Marie Clate, you have a more conservative approach as a researcher and an academician. And what I valued from this symposium is that Professor Choi Ji-hye and Professor Lee Soo-young, who are outside the museum community, they have come to share their expertise with us. And the education program of the museum cannot cover everything from end to end. We have to structure our education programs to structure
저도 하나를 쉐어하고 싶습니다.
to structure or construct or deconstruct the education program. At our museum in 2017, we had established about 19 different evaluation methods. We had surveys, in-depth interviews, followed by in-depth interviews, observation, non-interventionary observation, and so on. And we timed all these evaluation of these 19 education programs. And we had full transcripts of the education programs, of the interviews of these education programs. And one thing that we learned is that the lecturers who came to conduct these 19 education programs, they did not have a full understanding of the purpose of the program that they were lecturing for. And so that's why, although they did their best as lecturers, they did not really meet the demand of the program. And the other lesson that we learned, another feedback that we got was that for the children's education programs, they were seated in chairs meant for adults, meaning their feet were dangling off the floor. And so we had to improve the setting for the education programs conducted by the museum. And moving on to the evaluation that we had in the year 2000, there was one particular program where the satisfaction rate of the respondents was really much higher than the other programs. That was definitely a successful program. And one success factor, I mean, the participants were so enthusiastic that they came despite the heavy rain in the monsoon season to come to participate in the program. And that's because they felt that their demands and were met through this program, that their interests, their needs were met by that program. So the lesson that we can draw from this is that we have to really understand the needs of the audience that we are targeting. If we can do that before we start the program, then of course there will be a positive evaluation of the program. So I just wanted to share my museum's experience. Thank you.
So before we wrap up, we have Dr. Helen Charman, who have been with us despite the 9-hour time difference. Can we get some closing remarks from you?
Yes, thank you. I'll give some closing remarks, and then I'm afraid I'll have to leave because I've got my working day is just beginning. I think actually the last contribution from the floor really summed up the conundrum at the heart of evaluation, which is the balance between a sort of rubric, a framework for evaluation, which is evidence-based and outcomes-led, very important, and the role of visitors in helping shape that. And that's the difficult balance. But of course, as our last speaker really, referencing the participatory museum and all the work on co-design and the big shift now across the sector to working with audiences rather than for audiences, whilst retaining that sort of museological expertise, is one of the most exciting developments, I think, across the sector. So thank you for the opportunity to join today. I've really enjoyed listening to all of the papers, and I look forward to continuing the discussions. Thank you.
이상입니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Seo for being such an excellent moderator for the roundtable discussion. And big thank you to the panelists as well and the presenters. And also a big thank you to the interpreters for interpreting till the very end of the conference. With this, I would like to conclude the symposium. Thank you.